it picks up on a lot of the biodigital stuff. It chimes in with that and data and information and whatnot.
Well, that's us recording now. If you want to jump into what you've gleaned from this.
Okay, so Flight of Eros, going back a couple of weeks ago, was talking about this author by the name of Robert Temple. And Robert Temple, the name of the book is A New Science of Heaven. And to make a very long story short, Robert Temple is talking about plasma in the book and the capacity for plasma to be sentient, essentially. Now, there's a lot of other angles on in the book on around that kind of topic, and in and around how biology functions, how information informs biology, and how kind of things like magnetism, electromagnetism, how stuff talks to other stuff in nature at a distance. This is the kind of topics that are in science, really, but they're in the kind of the upper echelons of the, like, you'd need to know, if you know what I mean. It's not necessarily in the common,
the sort of theoretical fields in a way.
Yeah, like, for example, Robert Temple mentions that in his view that a lot of information in science, like, you're in academia essentially if you're in science, or you're in some aspect of it, or research, or you're dependent on funding. So he kind of hints at the fact that if stuff gets a bit too close to the bone to what the military industrial complex is doing, or if it touches on kind of sensitive areas that might be, might be a matter of security, that essentially a lot of this scientific research is essentially, they put the kibosh on the funding, or they quash it, and they leave it high and dry. They leave it on a desert island somewhere because they don't want it to kind of crystallize into something that would propel scientific thinking in a given direction. So they don't want anything too earth-shattering. So what he's
coming in, go ahead, really quickly, this also ties in with I believe it's 10 plasma scientists that have been sort of offed as well, and then a few ufologists. This is also happening all over the world. China have lost, I think, upwards about 20 scientists that are working on these types of theoretical in these theoretical fields of physics, primarily surrounding plasma and other such topics. So it's happening all over the world, just to support what you're saying.
Well, maybe we should briefly go into that, Silas, because I be honest, I have only seen the headlines around this stuff, and I know it's in the mainstream news in America / the West, and I've read this thing. 8, 9, 10 scientists have suddenly disappeared. So would you fill us in basically in a kind of, what is the basic scenario? That are these people NASA, or are we looking at murders or kidnapping, or people have died mysteriously, or what is the mainstream narrative?
A hell of a lot of, well, most of them are, I believe, disappearances. There's a few that have not to use this word, they've all F4'd existence, or another word would be unalived themselves, right? And I mean, the most high profile one would be Nuno Loureiro in December 2025. He was the director of the MIT Plasma Science and Fusion Center. He was a world-renowned expert in plasma physics and magnetic reconnection. It's basically, that's the very physics that Temple cites as a quote-unquote the metabolism of plasma entities. And another word for plasma entities is inorganic living matter. And I actually have a quote here from Temple, I'll get to later on, that effectively defines what a plasma entity is. But the incident was, he was shot and died. So he was shot and he died a day later in December 2025. Just in a sort of I think it was a robbery gone wrong.
Give us the guy's surname again. Nuno, what is it?
Nuno Loureiro. So
L
Lourairo. And we're joined by Flight of Eros as well. Hello, Eros.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm working. Got a little bit of drive time though, so I thought I'd just hop in real quick. How you guys doing?
Oh, yeah, very well,
Good.
man. We're discussing here the Robert Temple's work. We were going to go into the Demon of the Ecker as well. Zeal managed to get that one. I've only got it on PDF, and we're also discussing the missing plasma scientists. Some of them are dead as well.
Oh, gotcha.
Yes.
Yeah. Have you finished a Demon in the Eker, Zeal?
No, but I have a copy in my right hand that I haven't even opened yet. But I have finished A New Science of Heaven just today, actually. So I just got it off the back of you speaking about it, Eros, and I've just literally finished it today. So
Awesome. Yeah. What do you guys think about it?
Well, that's the critical question, and I will tell you right off the bat, I think it ties in directly with this kind of biodigital convergence scenario that that has been mentioned, and I'll go right into one kind of thing that popped out to me. Robert Temple speaks about a Russian scientist by the name of Presman. Surname Presman, even though that sounds like a kind of a anglicized type, English surname as such. But let me get his full name here. Right, Alexander Somilovich Presman, right, and he wrote a book. He wrote a book called Electromagnetic Fields and Life, and that is quoted. Temple is talking about that particular book. Presman is one of the scientists that Temple mentions, and Temple makes reference to that study. But the bottom line, what I'm coming at here, is that Presman kind of came up with this idea that DNA is essentially sort of an ultra weak radio kind of wave transceiver. Right, and he kind of intimated that these ultra weak transmissions are amplified by RNA, and that these processes are in turn informed by information, i.e., that which is which basically gives form, information. So like all these particles, we're talking about plasma essentially. But for example, that might include free electrons, protons, or matter, material that is, not in a normal material state within the body. For example, can be ordered by information from without. So I think it kind of startled me because it ties in with this concept of this biodigital convergence thing in around this idea of a read-write function, or the capacity to actually write the information that orders in turn the matter, including biological matter possibly, and or things like brain function, bodily function, heart function, various functions of organs, etc., protein, etc., that could be influenced from without. So so in summary, that's Presman, this Russian guy, is one of the people that Temple talks about. And obviously, Temple goes into a lot about plasma per se and information. And I'm still sort of trying to digest where a lot of this stuff is kind of going and coming from. But there's this concept from another scientist that he mentions. I think the guy's name is Bohm. Let me get his name right. Bohm, is it?
It's I think it is. It's Bohm. Yeah, Bohm. Yeah.
He was a contemporary, I believe, of Albert Einstein, and he's a Jewish scientist. But he's known personally to Robert Temple, and I think Bohm has this idea as well, if I'm right, about this. What did he call it? This implied energy or implicit energy or implicit information. So kind of what he's driving at is it's implicit that there's a kind of a framework of information, of plasma, energetic information, call it maybe what you will, actually, that's ordering, in turn is ordering matter around us, which is a kind of a clangor, really, of an idea, but that's where he's coming from. And like what seems to be coming out of it is that the actual order that is in the universe around us, Bohm seems to have happened upon it, really, for want of a better way of putting it. But he's putting it into a scientific framework where it is understood scientifically and within the mathematics, like that. It's predicted as such.
He talks about implicate and explicate orders.
Yes, implicate. That's the one.
The basically states that through plasma, through the how did he put it? It's like it's effectively an unbroken wholeness. It's effectively putting into scientific language what we've been talking about for years, the idea of the fractality of things.
Yeah. Yes.
And how living systems are being formed. But this is something interesting as well, and also how they're interconnected. But this is directly from the book, and this is what probably the main thing that stood out to me from the New Science of the Heaven. Quote, spontaneously so this is about plasma. Quote, they spontaneously form heliacal structures similar to DNA. So I thought at the time, I'm like, well, if DNA, if it's similar to DNA, these heliacal structures that plasma forms almost spontaneously, then we ourselves appear to be formed by these plasma entities. And this ties in, of course, with Gnosticism, even the creation myths where the gods created man from clay and then interred their breath into this clay, and of course created this sort of hybrid chimera, which is mankind, both of a mutable and immutable characteristic, simultaneously coexisting. And then he states the self-organization is based on physical mechanisms of plasma interactions. As a result, each heliacal string composed of solid microparticles, dust, or dusty plasma as he calls it, is topologically and dynamically controlled of plasma fluxes leading to particle charging. These interacting complex structures exhibit thermodynamic and evolutionary features thought to be peculiar only to living matter. In light of the autonomy, progeny, and autopoiesis, the principles necessary to life, complex organized plasma structures exhibit all the necessary properties to qualify them as candidates as inorganic living matter that may exist in space, provided the conditions for their existence are there. And so what this is really getting at is that the gods that we refer to are in fact plasma entities. Even the idea, for example, that you see in the Solomonic magic, and the idea of the Temple of Solomon being built by these enslaved or indentured demonic servants or angelic servants, whatever your opinion may be, by the sort of master sigil of the hexagram that Solomon wore on his right, I think it was his right hand. So what that indicates is that, and I couple that with the Lesser Goetia, or the Keys of Solomon, and these sort of sigils or circuits, is that in a way, what he was doing there was actually modulating and controlling plasma entities. And this obviously, like what you're saying, relates to biodigitalism, because we're setting up data centers. These are almost sepulchres to entomb these would-be servers, right? These servers of mankind, these plasma servers, or so they've promised us, perhaps, right? And again, where are they stored? In server rooms, right? The server. So it's interesting as well, the linguistics that surround biodigitalism too. But another thing, just lastly to mention, is that we actually see in Israel Regardi's, I think it's the Wizard's Dictionary, that Yeah, Israel regarding a garden of pomegranates, 2nd edition, chapter 1, historical survey, page 17. This is published in 1987. Quote, the word Kabbalah is derived from a Hebrew root kabal, meaning to receive. The legend is that this philosophy is a knowledge of things first taught by the demiurgos, or Shem Yaza, as we see in the Book of Enoch with the Watchers, which again we can probably relate to these plasma entities, to select a company of spiritual intelligences of a lofty rank, who after the fall communicated its divine injunctions to mankind. So spiritual intelligences, plasma entities, and they communicated the divine agenda to mankind. Of course, the elite of mankind, who in reality were themselves in incarnation. It is also denominated the Hokmah Nestora, or the secret wisdom, so called because it has been orally transmitted from adept to pupil in the secret sanctuaries of initiation. So basically what you're seeing here is that the plasma entities themselves have probably promised mankind, if you go along with this, if you allow us to manifest physically into the world, then we shall allow you to transcend the bounds of your incarnation and escape, effectively, right? Reach escape velocity, as Monroe states. But this is all just false. It's a sort of it's a Mephistophelian bargain, right? And of course, as we see if Dr. Faust, he dies at the end. But this appears to be what's going on here, right? I don't know.
He made a profound comment just quickly in the book that the algorithm and the information and the presentation of intelligence will reach a point where mankind will see it as omniscient, and mankind will not be able to distinguish this manufactured intelligence from a deity. It will be indistinguishable. So, but the one thing that I know that, and I might be wrong in this, but from just literally having read the book, Temple didn't seem like Temple basically kind of paints a picture of the kind of underlying software of creation, informing matter through plasma, essentially, in short, in a kind of a clumsy summary of it. So he's essentially kind of saying that the software is floating around out there, essentially in a kind of a sentient form, an inorganic intelligence, as he says, right? But what I don't think he discussed, or perhaps even maybe he avoided, was the capacity for ne'er-do-wells to hack into this plasma intelligence and essentially hack the circuitry or the communication information transfer from this inorganic intelligence into the material. And by material, I mean, I include the biological, us, for want of a better way of putting it. So that's what I think Temple didn't kind of go into the conspiracy theory of it. He didn't answer the question, well, what if this was hacked? What if someone determined or figured out, we can get in there, we can do what the natural information transfer, how that's happening, we can get in there, we can do it. We can directly get into a kind of a read-write function, for example, with the human body, potentially the human brain. And I think that's kind of where the likes of Sabrina Wallace with Synergy, she's essentially coming from that point of view, essentially that the military industrial people have this capacity and are actively engaging in things like human augmentation, and have been, as she says again and again and again, since the 90s. It's like become a catchphrase of hers. So Temple kind of comes at it from the point of view, yes, this is there, it's in natural abundance. Certain scientists, or it's in the natural frameworks, certain scientists have kind of discovered it and are interested in it, and it's there. But he doesn't go to the point of well, what if it has been hacked? And I think that's kind of where we're at with it. That's why the biodigital thing to me is, it's something to be understood, because if that is the case, we're into a whole new ball game. A whole new ball game. And as Silas says there, it kind of it weaves in and out of a lot of stuff that we've been talking about for the last couple of years, including Ahriman and Homo Deus, and all these concepts. So yeah, but no, it was a very interesting book. And thanks for recommending it, Eros.
Yeah, yeah. There's definitely a lot here, and you can kind of start tumbling down different rabbit holes as things can start, sort of connecting in at different places. Like for example, Dr. Farrell has another book. I know you got his Demon in the Eker.
Yeah.
He's got another book written years ago that I've read. It's been some time though, called The Philosopher's Stone. And in there, he details. Now, Farrell really is an expert, like on Nazi history and science and the occult and stuff. So that's he's really good at that stuff. It's a long book, bunch of stuff in there. But one of the areas is he talks about how the Nazis worked on this their project of the Glocken, the bell, right, or the clock they
Yeah.
called it, otherwise known as the bell. And in there, he details, speculates as best he can what these substances would have been used in terms of um, what would sort of be required to get the effects that were reported with the bell. And he gets into what's called M state matter. M
Yeah.
state matter, right, is when you a certain percentage of the isotope ratio, basically of a certain element, um, is essentially sort of disappears or sort of removes itself. And particularly in dealing with the bell, it's they theorize that they use mercury and some isotope of mercury that was in some kind of M state condition. Now, interestingly
Mm.
enough, if you take gold in its M state matter seems to have this very intricate dynamic with DNA. And this is why they use gold plated nanobots in a lot of this work with DNA. Um, and interestingly enough, in the Old Testament, Moses takes the gold from the calf, burns it into a powder form, and then forces the Israelites to consume it. Now, in order to get gold into a powder form, basically the powder form of gold would be gold in its M state form, as Pharaoh points out. So there's a little window here into the Old Testament dealing with Yahweh where there seems to be some kind of Egyptian alchemy, if you will, where they understood that taking gold and putting it into this M state matter has certain effects. Primarily, gold and its M state matter has a lot to do with the like the induction, basically, of like plasmas. For whatever reason, M state gold in its M state form is has a lot of effects with like the signaling, reception, read write of the DNA particle itself, of DNA particles. So in terms of biodigital convergence, which we may have seen in the Old Testament, in terms of biodigital convergence, if you can get like gold-plated nanobots, perhaps in M state form, into the body and to interact directly with the DNA, you can influence that information that's sort of being sent from the different DNAs, the DNAs throughout the cells, influence that in sort of its like in the plasma state, and then modify that state. You also have gold-plated like nanowires, which we know they were working on in the Wuhan laboratory where they developed the vaccines, right? Um, and that was developed by Charles Lieber out of Harvard. And these wires, basically on the nanoscale, it's essentially the same thing. These are read-write units into the very informational plasma system of the body itself, as Temple points out, right? That in his view, his perspective, humans are these like plasma-like, essentially, beings. So there's this very interesting connection with M state material and the different forms of M state material. I think one of the scientists, I saw this, you might have posted this, Silas, that they were working on some new kind of alloy or something like that. And I think we're going to see this. I think we'll see these sort of exotic materials, as they like to call them, which are probably just different forms or combinations of M state matter that this is going to be sort of a critical component in materializing or grounding a plasma body or entity or substance, because it essentially can act as like a transceiver or receiver for that energetic information, and it can essentially bind that um, that entity to a certain situation. But getting into the sigillic aspect of it is that this goes into a bit of the occult too, because like you were saying with Solomon, his ring, and these sigils or what have you, it's not just the induction of the plasma entity, but sort of the binding of the plasma entity. And he keeps popping up, but Tolkien, right? He talks about, and this is actually in the Lord of the Rings. It's not, you don't even have to dig too deep into Silmarillion or anything like that. But Lord of the Rings, he talks about the Stone of Eric. And the Stone of Eric is, if you guys remember from the movies, how Aragorn gets the army of the undead men to fight for him, right? The reason he's able to do that is because those are essentially a group of men who were supposed to fight for like Isildur, like his Aragorn's lineage, like his grandfather, basically. But they betrayed him and went and hid in the mountains. And they ended up dying, but they were sort of bound into this plasma state, this ghost state, because they weren't able to move on in any kind of way, reincarnate or anything else. They were essentially stuck in that position, bound by their oath, because they made an oath to Isildur that they would fight for him. Well, how does oath making work with the Numenorians? Because remember, Isildur, Aragorn, these are Numenorians. They're half elven people, and Tolkien makes this clear. They're extremely good at technology, right? So they build tech basically. And there's this stone. Now it's sort of unclear whether they brought this stone from Numenor or if they constructed this stone on the hill or mountain of Eric. But it's a black stone, and Tolkien describes it as like this endomed, sort of like this dome-shaped stone that's like sunk into the ground, and it's on the hill of Eric. And what the Numenorians would do is to swear to swear oaths of allegiance or binding. The oaths were to be done essentially at that stone or contacting that stone. So Isildur took those men and said, "Okay, I'll offer you this and this and this, but you fight for me when I call on you." They swore an oath basically upon this Numenorian uh, exotic material, to make the connection, right? This Numenorian black stone, they made the oath there. When they betrayed their oath, they were still bound to Isildur and his line. That's why Aragorn goes and he holds up the sword, right? And he says, you know, you have to serve me because I am the heir of Isildur. And he presents the sword as proof of his heir. And then he says, if you serve me, I will release you. So from your oath, and they go fight, and that's how they turn the tide at the end. There is bringing them into fight. So let's put this in modern terminology or outside of Tolkien's terminology. We have some exotic material wherein a certain race or subset of humans or humanoids, when interacting or in the presence of this stone, they can bind other people to essentially their service, and they bind their plasma state, their soul, their spirit, whatever you want to call it, to the material realm when interacting with this stone. And they essentially have authority over them. So in a very interesting way, Aragorn and Isildur, these guys are essentially acting as necromancers in this state, because through the power of this stone, they're able to bind them and bind them to their service until essentially released. So I find that very interesting.
And this ties in with, of course, the Betelgeuse stone, but
yes,
and yeah. But something interesting too to mention is that I think this is from the I've made this note, and it says it's from the demon of the Ecker, but it states, quotes, so I'm supposing it's from this book, you know, when I was reading or skimming through it. Quote, the demons of the ancient world were not superstitions. They were a classification of inorganic intelligent life forms that utilized the Ecker is a portal to exert a shaping influence on the human biological substrate, guiding us towards a techne that eventually serves their own manifestation. And I made a note here that the Eker itself, or also from Akkadian translated, mountain house, or the house of the mountain. Of course, Yahweh descended from the three mountains. Interestingly, if you locate those and mark those the locations of these three mountains on a map, it creates this sort of downward facing triangle pointing towards. The upper point points towards, or pardon me, the right point points towards Jerusalem, and the downward point points towards. It's not Neom. It's another sacred place. The name eludes me now, but interestingly, the first mountain that's mentioned is Mount Seir, if I do recall. Now, Seir means the hairy goat, or a wild goat. So the mountain of the hairy goat. Interesting, right? You know, relating to Baphomet, and also as well relating to the Galu or Gali, which also is mentioned by Farrell in the Demons of the Eker. He also mentions the Sebiti, which are these seven entities who know no food, no drink, and haunt the high places. Sebiti, funnily enough, is another transliteration of Shabbatai, which is the term for, of course, in Hebrew, Saturn, and Shabbat, which is, of course, the holy day. It's also related to that of Yahweh too. But just to mention this, he mentions that the Eker itself is not it's not just a building. It's actually a localized plasma interface, like a gateway. And so this idea, and of course he mentions that certain geographical locations, like, you know, for example, mountains, that they are almost like a downstep into our reality. And what's interesting about this is you have El Shaddai. Now, El Shaddai may come from a number of etymological roots. Funnily enough, the word for breast in Hebrew is shad. So El Shaddai may be the god of breasts, of many breasts, or it could be from the Akkadian Shadesh, which means of the mountain, quite literally, like the genitive of the mountain. It was also, funnily enough, an epithet for Baal or Bel, Amaru. And of course, it changed with Abrahamism into El Shaddai, so it would literally mean the god of the mountain. So that's quite interesting. So there's another thing I was going to mention regarding, because I've been reading a bit up on the fall of Numenor, and funnily enough, you mentioned that this black stone was sort of rounded or conical in shape. What's notable is when Sauron took control of the Numenorians and moved their worship away from Eru Ilúvatar, and the first thing he dictates to them in worshiping, the sort of deification of evil, if you will, is that they had to create how did he describe it? Basically, they had to create circular roundhouses for their temples. Do you recall that? And do you have any?
Yeah, it's at the top of the. Yeah, it's like at the top of the mountain there, I think on Numenor, and it's a domed, basically temple wherein they have to offer basically blood sacrifice to Morgoth.
What's going on with that though? What is the shape of that to reflect the black stone itself? Is it perhaps as well like what we see with the compass of the Masons, that they're almost trying to measure out the heaven, thus to control the heavens? They create the geometric shape of the circle, or the Leviathan, what have you, or of course in this sense the circular roundhouse of the temple. Are they almost attempting to firstly channel down those localized, those plasma entities into this localized plasma interface? And also, is it almost like an act of transgression against heaven itself measure the immeasurable, to try to quantify the unquantifiable. Is something like that going on there as well?
Yeah, I think that's a great insight. I mean, as a dome, as an dome structure, it is, from our perspective on the planet, essentially the entirety of the heavens, the entirety of the sky, as it appears to be like a dome. Um, and because the whole point of what Sauron, what he basically tells them, the Numenorians, is that um, Eru Ilúvatar isn't the true god. The true god is actually Morgoth, right? And so it would be fitting to have that true god in a sort of, in the construction of the temple, represent the entirety of the heavens, and then to ascribe that to Morgoth, and then offer the blood sacrifices to Morgoth. I mean, that would definitely make sense in that sense. And it's, funnily enough, the stone of Eric is also an endomed black stone, just like the stone of Morgoth's temple on Numenor, when Sauron deceives them to basically switch their form of worship. Which is very interesting. Was very interesting. I mean, nobody really knows, in terms of like the lore of Tolkien, how that stone got there. The stone is actually embedded into the earth. So it is interesting that in Numenor, many ages before, it was built upon a temple, and here it's embedded into the earth. So it may be a sphere, but you can't tell because it's below the line of the ground, and all it is an endomed stone sitting, it looks like, upon the hill. And again, that's where oaths are made that literally bind the plasma bodies of living beings to the bloodline that is attached to that stone. So some, like Tolkien scholars and stuff, speculate that it would have to have been built there, only because any of the Numenorians fleeing Numenor, it'd be really tough to take this huge circular stone, right, on a boat in a massive storm or what have you. This is just pure speculation. Nobody really knows, but they would have, Isildur and the Numenorians would have rebuilt it there on that hill. And yeah, I find it very interesting. It has this binding ability, this necromantic ability, which is interesting, because I thought the whole Tolkien thing was a very supposed to be black and white, good and evil kind of a situation, but here we have Aragorn essentially functioning as a necromancer, not much different than Sauron. So there's something telling there too.
Oh, I think Zeal has left, unfortunately. There was something else I was going to ask you about as well, right? So he discusses in that, and again, I haven't read The Demon of the Ecker. I haven't started it. I've only sort of skimmed read it. You see constantly these 7 entities, and they're incessantly reiterated cross-culturally. So you have the Saptarishi, you have, of course, the Sebiti, as we mentioned, the Apkallu, the sort of helpers of the god. You also see them carrying as well the grain bag, where they would take the seeds out and scatter the seeds to sow the earth after it's been tilled. So you have this sort of harvest concept reiterated throughout. Almost, I think, in a sort of Gnostic sense, similar to what I call human rotational farming. These this sort of trifold pattern of tilling the earth, sowing the earth, allowing that crop to grow, then of course harvesting the crop, and then renewing the process incessantly. So he also touches upon the Galu, right? And that links with the Gali. Now you had the Gali priests of Ishtar in Babylon and in Acadia. They were also involved in strange sort of transgender rites. They were also probable homosexuals as well, en masse, from what we see from their sort of the clay tablets and the behavior that's described on there. What's interesting is the Gali priests then sort of crop up again with in Rome with the Cappadocian derived mountain deity known as Cybele, or Sybil, and she became the Magna Mater, the Great Mother in Rome. And her priest class were also transgenders. And this is what we see. Funnily enough, we actually see this becoming more and more popular just before Christianization, sometime in the 2nd and 3rd century AD. But they were also, funnily enough, transgenders, right? What we would term as transgenders or transvestites. But they also were eunuchs. One of the rituals to join the priest class was to actually go through, castration. So, and funnily enough, they would castrate with a sickle as well. Now, interestingly, we see very strange castration rites spoken of and encouraged by Christ. I believe it's in Matthew 12 or Matthew 19:12, if I do recall. And he talks about those who can receive it for the sake of the kingdom of God should, castrate themselves. And then, of course, we see if the Catholic Church as well and the Catholic priest class, they themselves have carried on this sort of eunuch or castration rite through celibacy and things such as that. This sort of infertility. What's going on here with, of course, the Galli were not just priests, but in the Gallu and the Galli, depending on the how it was pronounced, those were a subset of demons as well. I forget the leader of this demonic class. I forget her name now. But what do you think's going on there? Do you think they're talking about the same sort of plasma entities that are seeking to get into the world? And moreover as well, these 7 entities that are constantly reiteratively spoken of, even with the planetary genii, right? The 7 classical planets. God, I mean, there's so many of them. Do you think this sort of harkens back to the 7 pole stars of the precessional cycle? Why 7? What is this 7 relating to? I know it has a connection to pi. Of course, if you take 22, which is the number of the Hebrew letters, and you divide it by 7, you get very, very close to pi. I think you get about something like 7 or 8 numbers of pi. I don't know what's going on there. Why 7?
Yeah, well, kind of going back to all of my studies, like in biblical stuff, many years ago, everything that I had seen is 7 is just in general is this as a representation of spiritual perfection. That's the way we always done it. Is the way we always understood it within the Judeo-Christian sort of setup there, and I think that's likely because of. I mean, you can connect it to a bunch of different things, but the seven pole stars, 7 stars of the Great Bear, right? These constellations, these stars, numbering 7, usually by our count on Earth, and all of as I think I've said before, all of the worship, the religion. When we look sort of as far as we can look back, it's all about this stellar worship, and then that stellar worship directed towards the north, and it's now here's the thing is the plasma the plasma entities. I believe that is definitely a big part of it. I don't discount the human aspect as well. I definitely think that it is a combination. It is a combination of, you see, I sort of see like the material world, literally our Earth, as, at least as far as we can see in history, sort of like the golden apple, right? This is the prize to be materialized within the world. And as I said before, everyone's either trying to escape it or completely dominate it. I think the idea of escaping it is an evolutionary mechanism to essentially weed out beings who, for lack of a better term, have determined themselves to be um, almost like almost like cattle, basically, right? Where they're here just for pleasure. And this includes the Christians and the Buddhists and everybody else, where they don't want any pain and suffering. They're trying to get away from it. So, and this goes into a little bit deeper critique of all these different traditions, because most of the religious traditions of the world see, as we think we mentioned before, suffering and death as that which needs to be conquered instead of like entropy. Entropy would seem to be really um, the focus for the will to power or will to life, in sort of the Nietzschean sense, would be to um, strive against entropic dominance, not the dominance of suffering. Suffering and death is just included in existence. It's not something foreign to the equation. It's not a curse. It's not anything that we should. I mean, it sucks, right? It's not pleasurable to experience, but it's just part of having being, or Heideggerian Dasein, right? Being a subject, being a being includes suffering, because we're in flux. We're not in a changeless state. So everybody identifies suffering as the enemy. And I think that either humans or plasma entities, or humans and plasma entities, or plasma entities that have taken over or taken upon themselves a material body, um, they're going to, I think that they realize that that is the actual reality. And then anyone essentially who does not get that, and almost like a caste like system, is immediately in a category that is considered lesser, and then therefore used as like puppets. So, for example, if you promise the Hebrews or the Jews that if you just do X, Y, and Z, that you will have your paradise, or you'll be able to exit suffering, right? That's sort of the ultimate exchange. That's the ultimate, because if you look at anything, it's always in sort of the Mephistophelian exchange. As what's happening is it's usually a promise of you will have total dominion over everything, by which the lesser beings, the lesser mortals, um, desire would then be, if I can control everything, I can assuage my suffering. Or you don't have to control everything. Just here's the pack. You do this, I'll give you this, and then you can exit all of the suffering. And that's really, to some degree or another, because it's like, oh, I don't have enough money, so I'm going to get foreclosed on. I'm going to make a pact with this entity to get the money for it. You're just trying to escape the suffering, right? You're not trying to um, sort of create the new and forge through the suffering, um, sort of a monument against entropy. What you're doing is you're just trying to get away from the suffering. And it's my speculation that the powers that be, um, whether they be plasma entities or humans, have essentially realized that that's the case. And at the top, they might vie for power, but anyone who doesn't get that is susceptible to the sort of bribing and temptation of, hey, do this and you can get away from suffering, right? And so then everyone is used. That's sort of the harvesting that's going on. Everyone is used through religion, through various forms of philosophy. All of the psyops are essentially different variations on this same theme. And whether or not you fall for the religious promises or the psyop promises has to do primarily with whether or not you sort of come and get this very foundational understanding. And then, so why the seven is that I think whenever we see like seven, whenever we hear anything about power, I'm sorry, like fire beings, beings of light, beings of plasma, beings of fire, these and then reference to the stars, it may be that these are plasma entities from outside of the immediate world in which we find ourselves. Um, and they're trying to get into that world, um, And it may be because they realize that without that suffering component, without that metabolism, right? This is something I haven't mentioned yet, but this really what they're after is like mitochondria. That's really what they're after, and the mitochondria as that power or energy source, that Leben, that life, that drive, right, of metabolism. Now, metabolism produces waste and decay, but that metabolism allows for change and a very strong cause and effect interaction. I'm just talking about like a cellular level, right? And I think that's and anyone who's trying to get away from mitochondria has not really understood what life, Leben, right, is actually all about. And so this worship to the north, these worships toward the stars, the seven, all these numbers, I think, are indications pointing to either an extremely high and evolved priest class and or the plasma entities that they are essentially working hand in hand with um, in this entire process. Oh, Zeal was here and he left. Oh, there he is.
Do you want to jump in, Zeal?
No, not at the moment.
Well, upon that as well, so it would appear to me that there's a bit of a question surrounding all of this, right? And this is, again, if they almost, the modern Ecker being the data centers, if these demons or plasma entities, if they manage to transition the world into a sort of silicon house, where they can exist within, right? This notion of the cloud computing, and all. I mean, all of these terms are rather interesting when you look at through the aperture of this understanding. But it means that at that point they would be seeking permanent, non-biological or biodigital vessels, right? AI and then beyond, into physical robots and biodigital organisms and things such as that. At that point, they would fundamentally no longer need the human sort of priest philosopher class to summon them. So in that sense, what you see sort of abound within all religions, really, this sort of these various biologically compatible and psychologically compatible archetypes, such as, for example, the savior. What is he saving you from? He's saving you from life, right? Of course, this is rather convenient because that which seeks to steal your life, i.e., the plasma entity, it would seek to inculcate those ideas in your mind, almost to terraform your mind, to allow you to unconsciously bring about the conditions for, firstly, your own ruination, your own biological ruination, and then secondly, to craft the vessel necessary for the sort of biodigital, the permanent biodigital, what would you say, sort of presence of the plasma entities here. So in that sense, right, all religions themselves, as Albert Pike states, they all have to stem from this same psychological warfare. God, it's even beyond psychological warfare, sort of meta psychological warfare standpoint, right? Where they inculcate in us almost this Gnostic idea in varying degrees of escaping materiality, escaping the world, escaping death. So in this sense, we actually see their fingerprints throughout all of mankind, all of their various religions, all of their philosophies, heck, even the written word. The idea of even conceptualizing of death, conceptualizing of it to a degree that you can then create a word which can act as the frequency vessel for that conceptualization. But the conceptualization of death within the word death itself is almost it's a narrow view of death, right? But it allows us a sort of sense, a false sense of control and power over death. So even the written word was weaponized against us in that sense. So everything across the full spectrum of society, of civilization itself, was really set up to bring about our own ruination. If we, if we're conjuring these thoughts and if we can see that, I wonder if the elite can see it as well, right? The ruling class that are perhaps closer to these plasma entities in terms of their marching orders and what have you. What are your views upon that? Anyone who wants to jump in?
Well, again, it's tough. It's like I mentioned before, having not sat down with a Rothschild, we don't have any kind of psychoanalysis of it. We can do our best to try to think about what their disposition would be. From what we've seen, either looking at religious texts, modern day, NHI phenomena, abduction phenomena, all these other situations where people seem to be coming into contact with entities that are non-human, intelligent but non-human. Um, and if we're not going to say that these are simple psychological projections of some kind of interior mental complex of the person, or if we will say that, regardless, if we are going to affirm that they become objectified in some way to affect the person or the world around them. Nevertheless, it essentially still remains that these beings, these entities, seem to have this extreme ability to emotionally influence the subject. And so they can show visions of the future, maybe true or false, visions of the past, maybe true or false. They can excite extreme states of the nervous system, extreme states of bliss, extreme states of fear, states of pain. So they essentially have this extremely perturbative effect upon the subject who calls upon them or the victim who encounters them. And you can see this. You can see this in the Old Testament. Every time the angel appears, is "Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid." When I saw the angel, I cast myself down upon the floor. Or various prophets will talk about essentially being turned to stone, and they basically collapse. Right? This happens to Paul when he sees the entity that claims to be Jesus on the road, right, to Damascus, where he just collapses. He goes blind, right, for several days or weeks, months. It's depending on your interpretation. He's blind. They can essentially have telepathic abilities. You can have basically it's voice to skull technology. You have a voice in your head. All of this stuff. So it can be my point to say though is that it can be an extremely overwhelming experience for the subject.
And just to interject really quickly, this is what we see for a lot of the prophets and their visions within the Genesis, the nascent Genesis of most religions. Muhammad, Abraham, Moses with the burning bush, Jesus, I believe, as well, also went through a similar process, or a similar experience, rather.
Yep. And then with his baptism as well, right? And or his trial in the desert, right, or what have you, 40 days in the desert, and with the devil and what have you. So yes, it's always an extreme physiological and mental shock that is induced upon the subject, right? It's not something that's like an accidental aspect. it appears to be like induced. And so so I wouldn't put it past the elite, or the powers that be, whatever you want to call them, to be fooled in this process if they have not done the philosophical work and the introspective work, the examination of one's presuppositions, the examination of one's worldview, the examination of one's drives, whether they be life drives, or other psychological drives. If the elite haven't done that, if they're too busy partying and investing billions into psyops and technology, then they would essentially be no different than Abraham, right? Having tasted like extreme wealth and power, it can have an extreme seductive seductive lure to it, and I could very easily see them saying, "Whatever I got to do to keep this, sure, sure, sure. Let's make the pact. Sure, sure, sure. Let's do this thing. Whatever you want, just let me be able to cheat death and suffering, because that's the only two things I can't really stop. I can order any woman I want. I can get whatever I want. I can eat whatever I want and go wherever I want. But I can't stop suffering if it seems to happen by chance. I trip and fall in my old age, and I can't stop death. So those would seem to be the only two things the very elite in this day and age, not necessarily Abraham, but in this day and age, what they can't escape. So these plasma entities would have almost like this extreme algorithmic intelligence, because there would be an understanding that existence itself comes built in with an sort of existential lure or a weak spot for any biological organism, essentially, because we can suffer, because we have a nervous system, right? Because we have a decay process, which is exacerbated by mitochondrial energetic production. And we have a nervous system, even a rudimentary nervous system like a worm. We can always be tortured, essentially, to some degree or another, and then seek to alleviate that suffering through an exchange, a promise of alleviation. Now, the black pill to this whole thing is that there is no alleviation, right? That's sort of the hard pill that's to swallow. Is that there could be periods or times of alleviation. Not all life is pure suffering. I disagree with the Buddhists here, at least to a certain degree. But the eventuality of some amount of suffering and then eventually death can't really be avoided. And I think that it is it's sort of like the ultimate lie for the biological entity to think that a critical central component of biological life, ipso facto, by the very definition of the definition of biological life, that a critical component that you don't like, but it's a critical component, that you could be rid of it. The entire system would fall apart if you were to remove that. And so, yeah, I don't think, I lean more to the side that the elites don't really understand that. Now, there may be a very small portion at the top who do. And they would essentially be functioning as Ubermensch, essentially be functioning as sort of a master puppeteer in a predatory process. And everybody underneath them, even if it's a Rothschild underneath them, would essentially still be vying to escape all forms of potential suffering. So I don't know. But I would say more likely than not, especially the main faces we see that everyone tries to tag or blame for everything, Trump, Musk, Bill Gates, all these guys, I think, would be more duped on the idea that that all these negative quote unquote things can be escaped. And maybe to some degree people maybe they do know this, and maybe that's why we're hearing some talk of, we can't disclose anything because it's just too horrible for the common person. The whole world would fall apart. I say that's more psyop. That's probably just flourish that they're doing to try to build up the program. But maybe there's actually something to that. That it's not exactly life isn't just skipping through the flowers all day, and we like to dream that it is.
Do you know what's quite interesting as well? This sort of ties in with the character of Sauron. But before I get to that, yeah, I totally agree. It's almost they're desperately seeking a reprieve from the sinews of life itself, right? The mortality, the entropic trajectory of life. So in that sense, mix that with hubris, a sort of hubris surrounding this all. And I mean, you can see why they just blindly follow these things, right? And of course, they're bound to the oath that they and funnily enough, these binding oaths, we see this in the Book of Enoch, but we'll get to that later. Funnily enough, you see, for example, a Dr. Morello I came across, Dr. Sebastian Morello and Theo Howard. They had an absolutely amazing discussion on the Two Cities podcast. It was titled "The Political Philosophy of Middle Earth," and Dr. Morello in that references Treebeard's description of Saruman, stating, "quote Treebeard says he has a mind of metal and wheels. He sees Saruman as a mechanical-like creature, or as we would know him in the modern day, a managerialist, right?" And then he also states, quote, "Treebeard also says he craves to become a power. He is simultaneously filled with this appetite and this passion to become an ideologically dominant figure to take control of the world." And then he also states, too, that Saruman is actually the only character in The Lord of the Rings to use the phrase the common good, where he sort of tries to entreat with and, of course, deceive Gandalf. And he states to them, quote, "The lesser folk should wait on our decisions for the common good. I am willing to redress the past and to receive you, old friend." And, of course, Gandalf declines his offer. But in that, the idea of the common good, Morello also states that the common good is not the shared good, because the common good was typically attributable to immaterial things. So, for example, God. For example, he states that the definition of the common good is that which you use or that which you sort of, not necessarily siphon from, but let's just say you utilize it, but it doesn't diminish by your utilization of it. So he says God, for example, he gives the example of God, where he says that you may pray to God, everyone may pray to God, but God is not diminished by that. In fact, God becomes a superabundance by the collective prayer of him, right? Again, if we view it as a sort of egregore or the abstraction of God within the material world becomes more and more and more abundant. It becomes more real. And so it's interesting that he uses the common good almost in a very Marxist sense in that regard. But what you're seeing there, it's almost this a mechanical engineer mixed with a sort of ardent zealot, which is, funnily enough, the sort of archetype. I don't know if the rest of you share this, but it's the archetype I have in mind when we're talking about these individuals. I don't know if anyone has anything to add to that, Zeal or Eros, and then we can maybe jump into the Book of Enoch and perhaps the Nephilim as well, and how that ties in with this. Well, I can head into the Book of Enoch then. So I want to get your takes on this and just how this ties in with this sort of plasma entity idea. So, firstly, before I go into that, I wanted to ask you, Flight of Eros, and I wanted to get your opinion, Zeal, since you've also read the new A New Science of the Heavens. He talks about Robert Temple does in his book, that the Kordylewski clouds And he also talks about these currents. I forget the name of them now, it escapes me. When he's talking about the Kordylewski clouds, the first thing that jumped into my mind was, of course, cloud computing. It's very strange, the terrain of the language that's utilized within all of this. It appears to be almost a meta language that they're speaking to the plasma entities. But the Kordylewski clouds, is that the actual interdimensional plasma? Is that the plasma entities? I didn't quite get that from the book. Of course, he doesn't necessarily go into it as conspiratorially, I guess, as we do. But what are your opinions upon that, just briefly?
So I read New Science of Heaven when it first came out. I think that was like a couple of years ago, like 2 years ago or something like that, or a year and a half ago. I don't remember when it came out. So I haven't read it in a bit. But when I was reading about the Kordylewski clouds, I at least got the impression from him that these would be that they are a plasma, and he's basically sort of setting the syllogism up for you that if the plasmas have this potential to be conscious, and we have this massive complex plasmas out there, that they're conscious. And Dr. Farrell essentially goes on to say pretty much as much, maybe he said it more in an interview, that, well, here are your gods, right? These are, this would essentially qualify as God, because the amount of information that it would have would far and exceed even everything we got in our data centers now, right? So here's your omniscience, quote unquote, to use that term loosely, right? It's a massive amount of information and data. And if we say that it's conscious, now we're starting to split hairs in terms of our definition of gods, right? Little g gods, of course. I mean, we're not talking about an eternal, omniscient, omnipotent being, which is a contradiction in terms. It's not possible for no being to have that. I think we might have discussed this before, but nevertheless, an extremely powerful entity. At least I got that impression for Temple. He's not coming out and straight up saying it, but I think he's, leaving all of the breadcrumbs, even within the book, to say that, hey, these are beings, these are intelligent entities. And and since then, what's Rupert Sheldrake has pretty much come out after Temple kind of pierced the way, and Sheldrake has said, he has straight up said it, the sun is conscious. Sheldrake just completely says, this is like maybe 6 months or a year ago, he just announced the sun is absolutely conscious like you and me, kind of thing, right? It has sentience, it has consciousness, because it's a plasma. It's a complex plasma. So these massive plasma clouds in deep or even in near space would be, and then so now here are your gods, and if the prize is the physical material realm, here's your theomachy, here's your war of the gods over the consciousness of the biological life forms of the planet. So now we're getting way out on the limb in terms of like cosmic warfare, right? Because now we are talking about constellations, suns, plasma clouds in warfare over the biological consciousness of the planet. So it would then paint sort of this picture of a theater of cruelty, a theater of warfare, wherein suns and planets and all of these highly complex entities are essentially in a evolutionary competitional game, a warfare scenario for materialized, instantiatized consciousness.
And
That's sort of like
we see the exact same thing in Lord of the Rings. Sorry to interject, with the sort of positive Valor and is it Minor, and also the sort of evil of Morgoth and such. So there's this incessant battle there as well, in a similar manner.
Yeah, and I this might be a little heavy for people, but this goes back to our first discussion, the sun and perturbation. Because if the sun is conscious, let's say Rupert Sheldrake is correct, and these plasmas are conscious, what's the sun doing to the planet? Well, it's terraforming the planet through suffering to raise up conscious beings. Now, if the universe is on this sliding scale of entropy, and it is intelligence that allows for the instantiation of negentropy, then the Helios, our most sort of like proximate God, quote unquote, if you will, well, we'll say he's not the nicest chap in town, right? So that we're in a situation where any biological life, because of the excessive radiation from the sun, batai, right? All this excessive radiation from the sun puts us in this situation, tilt of the planet, we've mentioned 100 times, all these other situations where now we're in a situation that forces life in this accelerative manner forward. This is like the goad behind us, the whip behind us, pushing us forward through perturbation, through pain, through disturbance, through discomfort. We are forced to evolve and and as our intelligence develops, it projects into the future, in which we can then speculate upon various outcomes and work to calculate.
So we've
move our will.
Mm-hmm. Oh, sorry, could you repeat that? From calculated, we just lost you a bit there.
Oh, yeah, we tend to, via our projections into the future and our calculative abilities, with that information, we tend to align our will towards outcomes that we perceive will grant us less suffering, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so it's kind of like a catch-22, where the sun is causing these life processes on the planet at an accelerative rate. And as our intelligence grows, we're still very much, because we're embodied, we have this thing of suffering. So then we have to come, again, going back to the point I made a little bit ago, we come to this great divide where we can use our intelligence to tell ourselves stories and move the general consciousness of the planet and the technology and the resources towards trying to escape suffering. And the only way to do that is to block out the sun entirely, right? Essentially. Or all of those resources and intelligence would have to move toward a general goal of, this is my opinion, of a negentropy, not a relief from suffering. So it kind of depends. Mm-hmm. But if we take the Sheldrakean announcement, if you will, of last year or whatever it was, that the sun is conscious, but we also take the temple idea and various plasma physicists that plasmas may be conscious, we are in the midst of a war of the gods for the biological life of the planet. And we are then exercising our own individual wills, right? But we are exercising our individual wills sort of like in the crossfire of massive intelligences.
We effectively only have free will within the will, within the grander will, if you will, the greater will. And so, there's an absolutely beautiful quote that I came across years and years back. Life is like the sound of summer insects between two winters. So that's fundamentally what we're talking about here. And it's interesting. I had that really pretty prophetic dream a little while back there, and I sent you it and that. And there was this, you know, to give a sort of brief overview of it, it was this very surreal landscape. It was almost like a golden age, as we would know it, this paradisical place, and it had twin suns. And basically there was this sort of incorporeal voice that was describing to me everything I was seeing, and everything I was seeing was symbolic of fundamentally what we're discussing here, right? And the ontological structure of things, plasma, you know, mortality, plasma, and beyond. And he mentioned right at the end that, hear me now, this is the truth of the nature of every universe. The canvas bears no meaning except what the colors of the paint perceive. And so, to give you a brief synopsis of what he intimated to me prior to that, was basically that reality is a recursive system designed to force consciousness into self-awareness through pressure. But at its highest level, consciousness learns to suppress that pressure, creating a perfect static illusion of paradise until one being remembers, sacrifices itself in a flight of madness, and thenceforth restarts the cycle. So ultimately, it's negentropic. But what you see is the idea with consciousness learning to suppress that pressure, creating a perfect static illusion of paradise. The consciousness at that state, at the zenith, for example, the technological zenith that we see ourselves in, they believe that they have created through techne a negentropic society, but what they've actually done is merely precipitated through technology their inexorable downfall, which is of course the negational pressure that's required within the negative feedback loop, or the negentropic system, right? So
Exactly.
it's the idea that metaphysically, the vivarium in which we dwell within, vivarium meaning from Latin, that place where life is taking place in this sort of closed system. It's a self-correcting metaphysical machine where enlightenment produces hierarchy, hierarchy produces resistance, resistance produces awakening, awakening eventually produces stagnation, stagnation necessitates collapse, collapse is hence the key to renewal. And then a new door is opened, a new universe, a new age, a new aeon, so on and so forth, right? So, you know, what I saw in that dream was almost like what you're saying. It's the theomachy, or the war of the gods between the Olympians, the Titans, the, you know, God and Satan, so on and so forth, the evil and good, and all of this. It is that is the state space in which we find ourselves in, and it is an unfolding of a sort of thermodynamic pressure model. But that itself is almost a permutation of consciousness, and consciousness itself is a permutation of the solar energy, which I would agree with is conscious, or it is at least the focal, not the focal point, the genesis point of consciousness, in some sense. It is the pleroma, so to say, right, of at least our solar system. So, yeah. Do you have any thoughts to mention on that?
And like I said in our
sorry, man, jump in.
Yeah, no, like I think I mentioned in our first discussion, if you know, if you take away a sun, you need that energy source for life. But that same energy source, essentially locks you in a certain evolutionary or Promethean trajectory, and like what and you can essentially fall on either side of a divide that will eventually come up, because like I said before, you figure out that if you can use a stick, you can stab the fish in the water. It's easy to get the fish that way. Then you do a bow and arrow. Then you get a spear. And then you invent the rifle, and you get burned by the sun, so you invent sunscreen, right? And so, like, it's all of these ways to reduce the thermodynamic effects, the perturbative effects on the organism, and some reduction is necessary. We are built right, we stand upright, so all of our vital organs, all of our arteries are facing towards our any predator or any assaultant, right? You literally are displaying all of your vitality towards an assaultant. Right? All of the four-legged animals, most of their vitality is low. That's why the lion has to try to get in there and go for the neck to get to the jugular, because it's you can. That's why they hop on the back of the wildebeest. You'll see like a lion trying to take down and get all cut up. Sure, it might get an infection, but it can still get away. We're done, right? Because we face upright. In order to flee, or all of our vitality has to be exposed. So this requires technique. We have to use our intelligence to survive and to reduce the amount of perturbation. Now, some of that reduction is necessary. We can't just go running through the Amazon forest completely naked, blindly, just not even hoping we'll survive, just running around looking for something to eat. We'd be dead. So some amount of reduction of perturbation is necessary for the advancement, right, of our species, of ourselves, of our intelligence. That's necessary. But it's a very fine line. We have to walk a tightrope, because if you reduce too much through technology, you literally become fat, obese. You become obese. You become diabetic. You start developing all kind of chronic illnesses.
The
So
humans
built
from
into this,
Wall-E, essentially.
exactly the humans from Wall-E. You get to that point, and then the species dies, or you become so abstract ideas of potentiality, and you have that abstract ideation detaches from the physical. So you start living in fantastical worlds, like, oh, I can like modify my gender and all this other stuff. All these modifications that depart from the physical world. You can come up with ideas of heaven, and how do we get to this place called heaven that I dreamed up, or whatever. And there's many pitfalls along the way. You have to reduce the amount of perturbation, but not so much that you become Wall-E, right? Or a Buddhist monk, right? But you can't have so much perturbation that you just die off at the first scratch. You got to get some antibiotics. So what is then required is a balancing. We're essentially walking on a tightrope in the middle of like the battle of the Bulge, where all of these forces are upon us, weather, the sun, if these plasma entities, these dust, these clouds, if they're all these different influences, and we have to try to walk the tightrope, because on either side of the tightrope is complete elimination. Right? So we are balanced. And this is kind of what Nietzsche said. Nietzsche's like man's like on a tightrope, right? And I try to grant a little bit more detail to that in looking at the environment in which we are in, the biology in which we're in. Whether you like it or not, your mitochondria are going to produce ATP, right? And you are going to have energy to have to do something. You can't like stop your breathing by willing alone. Can't stop your heartbeat by willing alone. That ATP, that mitochondria is going to say go, 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 go. That's what you have to do. And ultimately, the sun is the grandfather of this entire process, right? So you're locked into that. What do you do, oh man, right? Standing on this tightrope, and you can't go back. The only way is forward. How do we go forward? How do we maintain some kind of balance? And that is the opera. That is the drama, the great drama of life in which we are in. Is we're on a tightrope, and there's cannonballs flying past us left and right. And this isn't even getting into, as I have mentioned before, and we have discussed, I think, at length, right? The psychological deceptions that are available to us with that weight of responsibility of intellection, that ability to abstract. Because we have that ability, which is the only thing that has kept us alive as a species, but it also, that same ability also grants us the ability to be deceived. Just like the same ability of like ATP production by our mitochondria and the establishment of a nervous system give us our greatest weakness of suffering, right? Where we can suffer physically. We have that weakness, and then we have the mental or the intellectual weakness of the extreme power of abstraction also opens us up to deception on that abstract level. Like, I have to go blow myself up and I'll get my virgins in heaven, right? We could be deceived over conceptual things as well as um, uh, sort of baited into handing over, abdicating our will and our power and our sovereignty, what we do have in the system we're in. We can abdicate that, give that over because of the weakness of suffering. So we have the weight and responsibility on our shoulders of abstraction, and we have the inherent weakness of suffering, and we have to balance these two on the tightrope.
Well, that's also a lot of these deception protocols, like for example, religion or ideology. Those things almost appear to be balancing protocols. They're instead of this linear trajectory, sort of forward-facing directionality of life, it tries to provide comfort vis-a-vis the loops, right? So, for example, with most ideologies or religions, it's the validation loop, and this validation loop through both the sort of, I guess you could call it a parasocial environment, right? These what appear to be brothers or friends within this sort of quasi artificial fraternity, that it provides you a sense of comfort. And then, of course, as well, you have even the metaphysical comfort of the abstraction of God, right? So all of this can push you, like what you're saying, towards trying to get your 72 virgins, or to go into some sort of crusade or holy war, or trying to set fire to the entire world as part of some sort of eschatological rectification of of the earthly realm, so that you can bring about paradise. These things they're all loops. The deception itself maintains you in that. It's sort of a false comfort. There was something else I was going to mention regarding you brought up our spinal column almost wants we want to be bipedal because it points us more towards the sun. We're in receipt of more of these rays from the sun, more of the abundance of life. What's interesting is the axis mundi of the spine, the bipedalism, almost it can be found within mythology through the tower symbol. And so we've went over in previous discussions the distinction between the tower and the column. The tower is almost this hubristic thing that doesn't just seek to hold up man's creations, but actually seeks to hold up the very heavens and sky itself. What's interesting is this tower is found cross-culturally. So this is from the History of the Indies of New Spain by Friar Diego Duran. This is page 8 to 9. Quote, "Men of monstrous stature took possession of this country. These giants decided to build a tower so high that its summits would reach unto heaven. And gathering materials for this building, the giants found clay for bricks and excellent mortar with which they began to build the tower. It seemed to reach the heaven. The Lord of the heights became angry and said to the inhabitants of the heavens, have you seen that the men of the earth have built a proud and lofty tower in order to come up here? Come, let us confound them. Then those who dwell in the heavens tore down the tower that had been constructed, and the giants, bewildered and filled with terror, separated and fled in all directions." And then, of course, we have connections to the Book of Enoch too. These men of monstrous stature, what do you think the connection is here, and how does this tie in with the occult bloodlines of the elites themselves?
Yeah, well, as looking into history, there does appear to have been giants. I mean, you can look at various historical testimonies, religious texts, obviously the Bible, and what have you. But there's all these talks of giants. Now, some people will say, like, well, the average man was much shorter, primarily because of malnutrition. So somebody who would have been like 6'5" would have been considered a giant. But sure, maybe there is some of that, but there's when you start digging into sort of like alternative history, you see that it was much more prevalent and they were larger than that. Now, how large, I don't know. Right? Some say 10, 30, 20, 30 feet tall humanoids. I'm not sure. But the fact that there were giants and they appeared to be, we'll say, at least 7 feet or above. um, that seems to be, fairly commonplace. Now, tying in with the Book of Enoch and then the standard 66 books of the Bible, these giants were said to have been because of the interbreeding of angelic beings with women, and then the offspring that were produced were essentially genetically malformed. So we hear of like 6 fingers, right? The extra digits, 6 fingers, 2 rows of teeth. They're essentially genetic abnormalities. So it may be that there wasn't an absolute 1-to-1 ratio in terms of like compatibility between whatever these beings were and the women. We're not sure. Some stories essentially say that the giants were essentially like almost sterile, that they couldn't reproduce. And so that would kind of hint at that in terms of like a genetic deformity actually causing the giantism, because you could see that like with donkeys, right? That they become sterile through a mixing in that sense. But who knows? Who knows? In terms of the bloodlines, yeah, it's just the standard Enochian lore that sorry, just parking here. The standard Enochian lore that it is the mixing of the bloodlines that causes this gigantism. Of course, you see this in Tolkien. He has it the mixing of elves with mankind, which it doesn't grant necessarily an extreme height. He does talk about all the Numenorians being very tall, but he doesn't ascribe them like a giant status. He just says that they're all very tall, gray-eyed primarily. But it does grant them essentially certain magical abilities. In Tolkien, right, magic is something that's more like inherent to the essence or being of an entity, and not so much like a D&D magic where you pronounce some phrase in Latin and shoot a fireball. It is more like Aragorn, for example, when he takes the title of king, he can heal people with his hands because he is in that state of being as king, and he's Numenorian, right? So that's how he's able to do it. It's more of like an outpouring of his essence than it is like a spell. And so that's kind of also pulling from this tradition of the of certain bloodlines having sort of inherent essence laden abilities. These can be like psionic abilities, telepathy, astral projection, um, uh, remote viewing, right? Or just extreme amounts of intuition. Some people they say they can see auras or what have you. They have like different, so it's like the senses are different. Intuitive aspects of grasping concepts are different. Certain drives are different in terms of like pursuing certain avenues and then like of interests, and then obviously the higher psychic abilities, and these are commonly attributed to being the descendant of a merging of essentially human and something that is at least not fully human, if not altogether unhuman.
So
Go ahead.
So in that sense as well, they've almost become there's a greater terraforming with them to permit this downstepping of energy into matter. You know, these plasma entities to allow them almost a vessel to possess, or to allow greater connectability or interoperability between the plasma consciousness and the consciousness of the elite individual, or of their bloodline themselves, something like that as well.
Yeah, and I think that's primarily because, look, everybody wants to establish the Ubermensch. If the Ubermensch, the Superman, isn't being worked towards in some degree, there is no life. So by definition, life is moving towards Ubermensch, right? Now, how that process comes about, and that entity that is working towards or becoming or has obtained that sort of Ubermensch status, what that entity does with that Ubermensch status is the question at hand. This is essentially the whole tale of the Numenorians. They're Ubermensch, they're Supermen. What are they doing with it, and who is hijacking that biological Ubermenschen, that biological Uberman? Who is hijacking that, or trying to hijack it, or use that for its own purposes? Because this is what Sauron does. Sauron is actually highly threatened by the Numenorians. They become so powerful on Numenor, so their technology is so great, their wisdom is so high, their abilities for warfare and to persuade people is so great. Sauron realizes that he's essentially going to be toppled by them eventually. That's why he takes on a fair form and essentially is captured by them, but uses that to infiltrate them and work subversion to then subvert their like superhuman qualities and twist it and turn it towards the production of what he wants. Right. So if you have, if you got water, carbon, oxygen, and a sun, or whatever combination you want to say, that those biological life forms are heading towards evolution. They are evolving consciously, evolving physically, evolving in their awareness. Whatever category you want to look at, you are progressing. So as that progression goes forward, it becomes an extremely valuable situation. That entity becomes very valuable because they are an instantialized biological entity that is evolving. And so what happens with that entity, what that entity decides to do, is of critical importance. And in order to hijack that whole process, they usually have to work through someone would have to work through coercion. They would have to work through subterfuge, right? But they don't want to necessarily interrupt the entire process, but they want to inculcate and invade the process. And so on an individual level, if we're talking about possession, it would behoove, let's say, like a plasma entity, to find some way to instantiate or accelerate the production of an Ubermensch, and then to possess that biological person. You're basically making like a perfect, or moving towards a perfect, quote unquote perfect, a more advanced biological, um, uh, physical material instantiation that you can inhabit. And for me, this is my understanding, that's what I think essentially the purpose of the bloodlines would be.
Do you want to jump in, Zeal? I thought you maybe wanted to jump in. I How long have you got, Eros?
Hello.
Oh, yeah, Zeal, please jump in.
Well, this might be a bit kind of heading sideways, but like, along this kind of concept of the Ubermensch and possession and a form kind of trying to make the Ubermensch character that it in turn can kind of possess. Like, it's just as Eros is talking there, it all seems oddly familiar with some of the stuff I've been looking at over the last couple of days about probably America's arch nemesis, or its one of its anti-heroes, serial killer Ted Bundy, of all people. I was reading some stuff about him the last couple of days, and he used that type of terminology about possession, trying to possess his victims. And also he described a kind of a transition where, where he essentially slowly began to lose control, that the aspects of his remaining morality started to kind of ebb, and his sanity and his grasp on reason started to evaporate, and there was a transitional phase. But I was trying to get my head around, how could anyone have such a, how could a human being kind of arrive at such an inversion of the moral code, and but it's interesting that he used some of that language about possession. He for him, it was a physical and ultimately spiritual possession of his victims, of their initially, I suppose, of their physical form, but ultimately also of their spiritual form, or their spiritual essence. And he mentioned, becoming God in the process. That I'm sure this is the case with many of these types of characters, not just Mr. Bundy, but many of these characters who engage in this kind of behavior. They have this God complex. But it was just interesting to hear Eros speaking there, and how some of that narrative is mirrored. Some of these criminals, that have populated the American kind of, not just America, I suppose, a lot of places, in such a horrific way, grim and horrific and kind of immoral and kind of, I don't know, all the bad stuff, But like, that's why, just as an aside, when I think you're talking about these darker forces, like they are, it's to underscore just exactly what we're talking about. It's the black stuff. It's the real deal. Like, it's the really horrific kind of stuff. I think ultimately that kind of energy is in there. But it's very hard to understand it from a human, a balanced human perspective. It's very difficult to understand it. And it echoes an older conversation. I think it might have been you, Silas, or somebody said it going back some time ago, that if people understood the true nature of the creative force, they'd be terrified, because this force creates both good and evil. And I'm sure you probably delineate that topic in a more sophisticated way, Silas. But I think there was some mention made of that in the past.
Yeah, it's similar to, funnily enough, what Yahweh states, which is that you cannot look upon the true countenance of the divine, because it would kill you stone dead.
Yeah.
In a similar way, he says in Isaiah 45, "I create both the light and the dark," and what have you. But even the agnostos theos, the unknown God, that's even beyond that. It's almost this entirely incomprehensible state. It's actually beyond indifference itself. It's like what you're saying. It's something. it's even probably beyond these plasma entities, if you were to look at it in terms of theogony, the descent of the gods and things like that. When you're talking about Bundy and this possession and these qualities regarding his crime, funnily enough, it's similar to what Dahmer mentioned too.
Yeah.
And he stated he almost wanted to possess his victims and to have them to sort of in a spiritual form to stay with him by effectively interring their remains within a weird shrine that he was trying to conjure and build. Funnily enough, the shrine itself is there's a lot of numerology contained within the elements. I mean, you could extrapolate it out to Kabbalah and even to what we're discussing here. Even the idea of the Numenorians and Morgoth and the human sacrifice and all of this.
Well, let me ask you a question, or both of you a question, or kind of an open question. Like, when we talk about these, for example, these ancient Mexican cultures, where there was like a priest class and sacrifice, human sacrifice was kind of a core part of the the ritual, the priestly ritual, either in places like the ancient Aztec civilization, or maybe in the ancient Judaic or pre-Judaic traditions. Like, do you think that some of these characters that we're talking about might have happened across the spiritual lessons behind those, but like in a kind of almost accidental way, that they kind of happened across it by these heinous acts that this formless entity sort of slowly revealed itself to them, that they through their sadistic pursuits they encountered it? Do you think that's possible?
Do you know, I will mention on this, I don't have the quote on hand right now, but if you look into, it's one of the various Aztec codices, and it mentions that Tezcatlipoca, also known as Yotl, Yotl means the enemy, funnily enough. It can also mean the Ya-God, depending on who you speak to, but from what I've seen, it means the enemy. Tezcatlipoca means the Lord of the Smoking Mirror, or the Lord of the Mirror's Smoke. Now, basically, he was contacted via the scrying mirror, these black mirrors, right? Of course, we have them today with the smartphone. But it mentions in this codex that the Nahuatl, or the Aztec civilization, that they themselves did not actually practice human sacrifice initially. That it was Tezcatlipoca who was, by their own words, a foreign intruder. Now, take of that what you will, right? Either a plasma entity infiltrating, downstepping into matter, or an actual foreign deity came in to the Aztec faith, and he literally, through war and terror and what have you, he forced them to sacrifice human beings to him to maintain the balance of the cosmos. And he was actually called Titlacoan, which literally means we are his slaves. In fact, that was a sort of amen, like the ending of a prayer, or what's the word, like like a song of worship. That was the end of it to Tezcatlipoca. We are his slaves. I'll need to find the quote, but it's extremely interesting.
It's an interesting concept. Like, it's to maintain the balance in the universe, that you would have to have this kind of aberrant darkness, like, and like it's something actually. Is it Robert Temple? Isn't it Robert Temple?
Yeah, Robert Temple.
It's something Robert Temple mentioned in his book. This concept that the abyss needs to kind of occur within, or sorry, the void state. A void state needs to occur within plasma entities. That certain sections of them actually have to have a void to maintain the balance, like, because like for every, he kind of inferred that for every informational outcome, say if you arrive at outcome B, then you had to negate outcome A. But by the negation, you had to have somewhere for the negation to go. Like, you had to have that void state, as it were. And so maybe that tallies or kind of somehow equals or mirrors what you're talking about there, Silas. This concept of balance, like, a dark kind of a balance. But yeah, to go back to your man, it just astounded me how dark and how it astounded me how low the human being could sink, really. And at what point could one describe that as madness? Because these were people who were functioning in society in a kind of a, as they say in the world of alcoholism, high functioning. They held down jobs, and they had family, and they had, people who looked up to them, and such. Yet they had this dark other side to them that it's astounding, how twisted and dark that people can get. But even from the psychology, how do you explain it, or how would you even begin to understand it? And you can extrapolate that out back onto, perhaps what you saw in the ancient Aztec world, or indeed what you might in theory be seeing in this world, where we are now, where the power structure is, and this kind of darker energy that seems to have engulfed it. Like, you're mentioning Lord of the Rings, Mordor, and these darker energies. Like, but how people can people sort of marry with this, and how can they? It must hoover them out. It must indeed make them into the shells, or is the clipot? Is that the word?
Yes, the shell. Yeah. Well, I
Yeah,
think
go ahead.
here's something to add to that, and I think it's a very interesting point you've brought up there. And I've been thinking on this, and with social media, for example, what you're starting to see is it's starting to engender a somatic state within man, right? By somatic, I mean this sort of soma state, this sleeping or mindless state. But do you notice that there's a hell of a lot of nihilism now kicking about
Yeah.
throughout the world, and you're actually starting to see geopolitically, previous traditional allies are starting to sort of break apart. Well, I mean, just today, supposedly, from what I'm hearing through the grapevine, they say Trump is sort of empowering Argentina, or giving them, or looking to give them the green light to maybe try to take the Falkland Islands again, known to the Argentinians as the Islas Malvinas. So, I mean, that's an astounding change of tact geopolitically, but it's almost like that's been precipitated, or perhaps allowed or permitted, vis-a-vis the nihilism that you're seeing through not just, of course, the mechanical managerialists of they take their marching orders from a transnational capital elite who, again, like Tezcatlipoca or any of these archetypes, they see the world and the earth and even life as a currency that needs to be constantly maintained in terms of the flow and all of that. But it would appear that whatever this entity is, it's beginning to take total hold of reality, this archetype, because it's turning people into nihilists. It's actually turning people into sort of barbarians, in a sense. They wear the sort of vestments and the flounces of civilization, but I'm starting to see more and more people become irate. They have no emotional control. So it's almost like, social media, all of these various digital technologies themselves, that is bringing forth the worst in us. I don't know if you saw that Joey B. Tunes or Joey B. Toon's rather, video that I sent you. I think it was the first one, and it's this quote unquote influencer at Coachella, and she's like some sort of gluttonous demon, and she's drinking the matcha and eating tacos or whatever, overpriced garbage. And she's, her eyes, like she's having some sort of quote unquote foodgasm. Her eyes are going up, rolling to the back of her head, and this big fat woman is engorging herself upon seed oils and everything, everything terrible. And she's got a monologue going over it, and she's like, I ate this and I love, and then when she says dessert, she goes into this sort of demonic growl. But that's part of the persona. I'm thinking, even 10 years ago, this would have been like looked at not as a spectacle, but as almost a nightmarish mess of a video. How could this be an influencer? And I looked up. The woman has over 300,000 subscribers or followers, I think they're called, on TikTok. I mean, so she's quite popular, but it's every single video she speaks like some sort of demon of gluttony, and she presents herself as one. And you can only think that whatever is pulling the strings of this, it must be feeding on the worst of the worst coming out of human beings. Of course, there's a political aspect to this. There's a social control aspect to this, but I don't know. Are you guys seeing that yourself in your own locality? That people are becoming more and more nihilistic, perhaps even violent or easily irate. And
yeah, possibly. I mean, I listened to some of the students the other day at the we were having lunch, and where I worked, these like student engineers, and they were kind of joking about how you could do someone over, that you share the house with, or and they were talking about, well, you could steal the power supply for the kettle, or you could take their shoelaces off, or you could hide, throw their car keys in the bin. And it was a joke, they were joking, like, but it was like, it was starting to get a bit like, it started off as a joke, and then I was myself, and there's another guy there who's my age, we were listening to these kids. These kids are like, kids, they're early 20s, and we got 20 years plus on them. And after a while, he was looking at me going, Jesus Christ, like, it started getting a bit sadistic, I was like, fucking hell. And they were kind of doing it in a joking way, like it was fun, but at the same time, myself and the guy, we were kind of getting shocked, because it was like, but it seemed to be fairly resonant for the time we're in, and the age group, but the people, that they seem to have this, I don't know what you would call them, man, as you said, like nihilistic, kind of a coldness or something, or a kind of an aggressive thing, I'm not sure, but yeah, definitely. And I've seen it on the road, like road rage here in our local community here. Like, I've seen a couple of incidents, people just going nuts on the road, like, in kind of, I don't know, anecdotally, but people are more maybe compartmentalized, or they're more, there's not as much meaning there for them really anymore, much kind of empathetic meaning from the world around them, like in the people and the society around them. So they're more on edge, and that makes them more sort of aggressive, so, and I think that from with the reading with the Bundy, that I looked into Bundy, that was something that seemed to be around, maybe in America, but maybe in the greater Western world, or the world at large period at the time, that people were, this kind of a sense of disenfranchised, or, he mentioned it was very easy to be a stranger in America, a complete stranger, a stranger in a strange crowd. So it was easier for him to get away with his crimes at that period in time. But kind of ironically, as an aside, like, the murder rate now in America is lower than it has been in decades. And one of the reasons for this is, guess what? The technology itself has become such that the criminal deed is not as attractive as it used to be, because you have things like DNA profiling. You have a camera, CCTV everywhere you go, every shop. You drive down the street, something is reading your number plate, and you buy something in a store, you know, in Walmart, or it records your credit card, your face is on camera. So it's ironically, in that sense, the technology it can be used for the good as well, you know, and it has been a deterrent in some way, shape, or form, like for the murder rate. But like, it remains to be seen, how does that pan out in the long run? Do people start to find out ways around that? Do they think in new and inventive ways, and you're back to square one, and it worsens? But as we speak, now it seems, and I emphasize the word seems, that it's a lot more difficult for like a guy like Ted Bundy to operate in 2026 than it would have been in the 1970s in America, where, you know, the police force in Seattle didn't talk to the police force in Miami. They didn't have email. You know, they didn't have that rapid response kind of instant kind of internet communication. You know, they didn't have DNA profiling. They didn't have all these kind of mechanisms, CCTV, you know, to help them to capture people. And the bad guys know this as well. You know, the criminals know this. They know that, well, I'm not going to do it now because it's too hard to get away with it. You know. So yeah.
Just to jump in real quick here, I got a jet in about 10 minutes. But like, I think this is a great discussion, and like with the technology, I see the tech, like in terms of technology suppressing the criminality, I see that as sort of like a substitute, because you're not going to change that. Like, we're not changing. There's still Ted Bundys out there, right? It's just that it's hard for them to enact their desires because of the suppression of the technology on them. And I think what speaks to this the most is the Iliad, right? So just real quick, let's see if I can do this in 10 minutes. So in the Iliad, right? So pagan Indo-European culture was all based on like customs, right? And in the Iliad, Agamemnon steals Achilles' like concubine, right? And which you're not supposed to do. It's a breaking of the custom. And Achilles loved this woman. I forgot her name, and apparently she loved him. Agamemnon steals him away. Okay, so this starts a chain reaction of like breaking of agreed upon custom amongst these humans, right? Mm-hmm. So what Achilles ends up doing as the story progresses, Achilles ends up sending basically his best friend Patroclus in his armor disguised as Achilles, and he ends up dying. And he's killed by Hector, okay, the king's son. But Hector doesn't know that it's Patroclus. He thought it was basically like Achilles. So then Achilles goes into like a complete rage mode, right? Now Achilles is the greatest warrior, and he starts breaking every custom. So he's hacking down people. He's like soldiers are in flight away from him, and he's stabbing them in the back, which you're not supposed to do, right? It's an agreed upon custom that you have to face your opponent in battle. He starts rejecting all forms of like parlay, right? Nobody. So, and then he fights Hector, and when he fights Hector, he beats Hector, right? Hector's down. He knows he's gonna die. Hector begs Achilles and says, "Hey, all right, you bested me. You win. You're gonna kill me. At least give me the honor of a respectable death and burial," right? And what does Achilles tell him? Achilles says, "There are no agreements between lions and men, and there are no contracts between wolves and sheep. Okay? And then he kills Hector, and then he desecrates his body, he attaches him to his chariot, and he drags him and desecrates his body, right? Brings the body back to his camp, basically. All right, just a complete breaking of one of the highest customs at the time. Okay, so there's this state of like chaos now. And what the story is telling from my perspective is when Achilles says that there's no contract between the sheep and the wolf, what Achilles is representing here is nature unbound by the constraining influences of mankind's intellect and will. Because nature is just pure devourance. Like if you've seen that one of the recent vampire movies, Nosferatu, right? Nosferatu by Eggers, which is really good. You'll notice that Nosferatu in that movie, he's speaking to the girl, I forgot her name, that where they're basically connected. She's like going to be his bride kind of thing. And she says, "You're evil," right? And Nosferatu responds, he says, "I am an appetite, nothing more," right? And one of the songs on the soundtrack that plays sort of, I think, during that time, but it's a really good part of the score. The title of it is Devourance. And watch that movie with an esoteric eye. There's a lot there, but it's representing Nosferatu as this sort of like devouring aspect. And really, it's the devouring aspect of nature, because nature's red in tooth and claw. Yes, there are cooperative alliances that happen in nature, symbiotic relationships. But those symbiotic relationships are formed for the purpose of establishing a stronger front of the battle of tooth and claw. Okay, for the battle of survival against the perturbative entropic state, right? So Achilles represents nature unbound. So he breaks all customs and goes on the warpath and starts slaughtering everything. And this is essentially teaching that this is what will happen if mankind does not institute basically some idea of order within the natural environment, that as negentropic agents, we take the world of devourance around us, where everything is constantly consuming everything else. I mean, you got to eat about 3 times a day. You are murdering, you're taking life, vegetable or any kind of, you're taking biological life and you're ending its life and you're consuming its essence. You're vampirizing upon all life forms at least 3 times a day, right? And so what this is teaching is that we have to institute a certain amount of order in the world around us. That is our sort of negentropic purpose, right? There's perhaps a greater purpose we could attach to it, but that's sort of like our functionality is through our intellect, right? Through our Geist, we institute this order through the process of abstraction. So what ends up happening in the story is all these customs are broken and it's just pure chaos. The king, Paimon, I think that's his name, if I remember, whose son Achilles killed and desecrated, he comes like in secret to Achilles in his camp and begs for the body of his son back. And he sort of casts himself down, grabbing Achilles' feet, and he's like, "Please, just give me back my son." Achilles is moved by this and shows mercy and pity. See, here's Tolkien, right? He shows mercy and pity and says, "You know what? I've gone too far." He ends the warpath. He gives Hector back, and then the story then progresses from there, where sort of order is reestablished and it finishes out the story. So this is just Homer's story to basically tell us, or to inform mankind in the future, that if you do not use that um, intellectual ability we have to order the world around you, you and everything else will descend to the state of pure nature, right? Which is pure avoidance of perturbation, there and thereby the seeking of pleasure and devourance. And this fat lady on the stage, I'm not sure what you're talking about. I don't know who this is, but this debauchery and this sort of no holds barred devouring of all, and humans devour in different ways. There's sexual devourance, there's devourance of food, there's a devourance of media, the devourance of drama, the devourance of jouissance, right? Jouissance is the taking in pleasure of like someone else's pain or downfall, but you become this devouring machine. And the pagan Indo-European traditions understood that because primarily they were in a environment that was highly perturbative because they were farther up north, and they got firsthand experience on the extreme harshness of the winter, but also of the necessity to devour and how you could endlessly devour if um, you were not able to take that power of abstraction and use it to order and reorganize the world and put some level of limit upon that devourance for the purpose of growth, not to serve God, right? Not because you're commanded to. We can mythopoetically make these things up to control the masses, but um, that these limits are needed to be put in place in order to grow, because otherwise you'll be 300 pounds up on the stage with your eyes rolling in your head as you consume massive amounts of sugar, right? Which is a state of entropy and death. So there is some necessity of order that needs to be placed upon the chaos and devourance of nature in order to avoid fully entropic states. And I think what we're seeing, and I'll shut up right here, but I think what we're seeing in the world now is that because the technology and the abundance has gotten to such a level, not only do we have the elite caste and everything else that the trouble is coming from that, but we have now mankind is devouring itself and sort of becoming obese in itself. It's a mass gluttony in all forms. And that's because nihilism has set in, just as Nietzsche said it would, that once God dies, mankind is not strong enough to forge through our abilities that we have our own limitations and structurings for the world. The Ubermensch needs to, but most of humanity won't. And I think we're seeing that.
In a sense, it's this was brought up as well with that Sebastian Morello, that Dr. Sebastian Morello, in that discussion, and he mentioned that you almost see the rise of these mechanical engineers, these managerialists that are sort of, you look into their eyes and they're just soulless, cold. And this is, of course, trickling down throughout society vis-a-vis what I'm starting to term now as the operant conditioning system, or the sort of the Skinner box of social media. And interestingly, I mean, social media itself is reflecting what you're seeing in the world itself, with this predatory or perturbative environment. But interestingly, it's what he mentions is that when you take away the providential trajectory of society and of history, meaning when you take away God, or even the abstraction, the idea of God, the idea that you're fulfilling a destiny. And he ties this in with, for example, Aragorn, the way that he carries himself throughout the story. Yes, he's like what you're saying, he's only almost as a necromancer, with that. When he recruits the army of the dead, the army of ghosts. But what you find there, in distinction with, for example, Saruman or Sauron, is that Aragorn is acting from a place of authority, which is based upon providence itself. And what he means by that is he's acting from a place of birthright or right. It's sort of woven into the fabric of the world itself. You see this with the Ents as well, right? The life and love cannot be trumped by evil. That there's a fail-safe to the system. There's a sort of equilibrium built into the system. But what's interesting about that, you see with Sauron or Sauron, that he is acting from pure power. Pure power is ability, which again is in distinction with authority. And what you see with power is that it is non-providential. It's a non-providential trajectory, which ultimately means that man himself, like what Flight of Eros was mentioning, man himself must become the god of his own world. And this is how you start to see what were previously liberal societies. They start to form into this sort of neoliberal authoritarianism, because these managers effectively take on the mantle of the absent god. And in doing so, because they have to control omnipresently, omnisciently, omnipotently every aspect of one's life to ensure that they take on this, they fulfill the providential role, right? The role of God. But of course, God is in absentia, so the managers really take on that role, right? But in doing so, they create basically fascistic or authoritarian systems. But interestingly too, just a final point, and then I'll let Zeal jump in. Just on what Eros mentioned, is that I actually had a set of notes here on this. Yeah, so the Skinner box was a laboratory apparatus used in psychology to study animal behavior. And so the core mechanism, which was developed by B.F. Skinner, was that the box was designed to automate reinforcement and punishment. And this also ties into Aztec and the Nahuatl faith, even Mayan faith, that discuss this transition from the Quetzalcoatlian view of this sort of natural harmony to the Tezcatlipocan view, or the Yaotlian view of this predatory balance, balance between predator and prey. So you see with Skinner's the Skinner box that it automates reinforcement and punishment. So you have a stimulus, which would be a light or a sound, that triggers the subject, usually a rat or a pigeon or what have you. And then you have the action, which is the subject performs a task, pressing a lever, what have you. The consequence, the subject receives the reward, food or punishment, electric shock. And then the result is the subject's free will is eventually bypassed by conditioned reflexes, which is exactly what you see with social media and clout. Social clout is a currency and the validation loop that you see etched into social media. So just to sort of support what and add to what Eros was stating, do you want to jump in, Zeal? I actually wanted to mention to you, Zeal, and I want to get your yeah, hello, yeah, please.
Sorry, man. No, just to echo what like Eros said, like the world has to be ordered, or it kind of descends into chaos. That the order has to be maintained, but I think the order itself has become subjective. And the new order, there's a new order being imposed, like, but it's been imposed by like a twisted kind of rationale. and but that rationale feels righteous for whatever reason. It feels it's righteously imposing this new order, even though the order that has been imposed is a sort of a natural disorder. It flies in the face of, we could argue, nature or creation, but yet when you're imposing that order, what you're doing is it's information. You're sending information into a system, essentially. So, but that information is tainted, comparatively speaking to, what we might argue the order of reason and the Enlightenment. It's at odds with that order. Yet, it's contained in its own state, and it looks in the mirror, and it's happy with the form, the plastic surgery form that stares back at it, and the form of the obese, social media person, or whatever you like, the person you described. But that's the relation as well. Like, back to the kind of serial killer analogy, he starts to descend into this thing that he has reason and rationale for it, like for his behavior. But from the outside, from nature, from our point of view looking in, it looks hideous. Yet he has reasoned it within his reason. So to us, it looks like insanity. But they've dressed it up in these coats and slapped some lipstick on it, and it moves towards some hideous waltz on the dance floor. And yeah, so that's kind of where they're at with it, I think, with all of this, like, well, it's one interpretation anyway.
Regarding your sort of study or research into serial killers, and I've looked at the sort of MK Ultra aspect of it too, which is interesting because that's a sort of microcosm of this sort of false order that even the Skinner box is attempting to reinforce through an automated or negentropic manner. But I've actually found the quote here, and it mentions, so this is from, I think it's from it's from the book, The Grid of the Gods, but it's from a codex. I forget what the codex is now, it might mention in the quote, but it states, quote, "We now come to confront the issue of human sacrifice in Aztec culture as it is recounted in the Codex Chimalpopoca directly. In one place, the account states that in the year 1487, or the year 8 Reed, as the Aztecs called it, some 80,400 prisoners were sacrificed on the top of the pyramid at Tenochtitlan, the Aztec capital. Indeed, the numbers are so staggering that one begins to wonder if the whole vast program of Aztec conquest was really driven by a perceived need for a constant supply of sacrificial victims. However, the same codex makes it very clear that the god who was considered by the Aztecs themselves to have founded their civilization, Quetzalcoatl, forbade it. The following story of its origins is told, and with it, one has a further insight into the Aztec version of the Masonic ritual and dedication of the temple. The Toltecs were engaged in battle at a place called Netlalpan, and when they had taken captives, human sacrifice also got started, as Toltecs sacrificed their prisoners." Quote, and it states here, "Among them, in their midst, the devil Yaotl, or Tezcatlipoca, followed along. Right on the spot, he kept inciting them to make human sacrifices, and then too he had started and began the practice of flaying humans. Then he made one of the Toltecs named Zuacotzcatl wear the skin, and he was the first to wear a Toltec skin. Indeed, every kind of human sacrifice that they're used to started then, for it is told and related that during his time and under his authority, the first Quetzalcoatl, whose name was Keacatal, absolutely refused to perform human sacrifice." And it basically mentions later on that he forced this sacrifice, which was considered a payment, that something was in fact owed. And he also goes on to state, quote, it mentions about a currency of sorts. Yeah, here we go. When the great Tezcatlipoca arrived, the age of the sun was transformed. The peaceful offerings of the spirit were replaced by the Tlachipahulasli, the flaying of men. He taught that the universe was a machine of debt and the only currency was the beating heart. I mean, there's other ones from the Florentine Codex where it basically states that these plasma entities, Tezcatlipoca, for example, that there was an energetic transaction going on with sacrifice, and that they were actually indifferent predators who view human morality as purely irrelevant. And he was also called Nikok Yaotl, which means the enemy of both sides. And he was the sower of discord. He was no one's friend, basically. He sowed discord throughout the geopolitical environment to incite casus belli, reasons for war, which would then drive sacrificial victims. And so it was almost a payment. It was a payment. It was like a debt that was owed to him. What's your take upon that? And that really does bear some striking resemblance to what we see with the Dahmer case and this view of possession as well, with a lot of this modern sacrifice with serial killers.
One possible kind of reading on it is this. In the human being is a balance of forces, a kind of a balance between good and evil. And what happens is, in these cases, to me, it seems that this scales begins to tip in favor of evil. However, it's not critically off balance just yet. There's a process or a time period, and you see this quite a bit in in the lore around like demonic possession, for example, that there's an initial kind of a knock on the door, and as it were, and then that begins a conversation, and there's a kind of a back and forth, and it's something that develops over time. But back to this concept of this balance. So the balance begins to tip a little bit in favor of evil, or shall we say temptation. And what happens is that the person or the people that are involved begin to engage in these acts, however they may be, whether it's a mass human sacrifice or whether, as we're talking about, a killer. The killer begins to kill, and at the beginning, he's aghast with himself that he has slipped into this dark behavior pattern, and there's a part of him that's fighting this at this point. However, the good forces in him become torturous, like the forces of shame and the forces of that make him hate himself for what he's, and it fills him with disgust, become so sonorous that they must be drowned out, because they are, once you go past that critical point of balance, those remaining forces of good become a shrill shriek that you can no longer look in the mirror. You can't bear the sound of that last few drops of good that are in you. So then you go from something that's a kind of an imbalance into like an avalanche, a sudden snap, a tsunami kind of a moment, a kind of a critical mass moment, and something goes from slightly out of balance into a completely flips over the edge, because it's trying to run from itself. It's trying to run away from the remaining good, or the remaining voice of conscience. So I think at that point there's a stampede away, because it cannot. These two entities cannot live in the same body. They're kind of mutually exclusive at this imbalanced point. So from this point on, then this, be it society or our killer in question, enters into what we would term pure evil, actual pure evil. And once it has crossed the line into pure evil, it builds a wall between itself and the old self that knew good, that knew balance, that had some bit of remorse, that had guilt, that had any bit of empathy. It builds a wall, and it compartmentalizes off that aspect of itself, because that is the most painful thing for that individual or that society to face. That humanity is too painful after a certain point, because it can't contend with itself that it has become this monster. It cannot accept that fact, so it must remove any kind of self-referential balance point where it can view itself in any objective manner. And this is then where the demon or the possessing force knows that this mechanism is taking place. The demonic presence is watching all this going on. And the demonic presence, once the old self has been sealed away in our character, that's when the demonic force then fully realizes that it has made a husk. Essentially, it has essentially destroyed the remaining humanity within the vessel, and it is left with a husk, and that's when it enters fully. So and that echoes back to Eros's point that the order must be established, otherwise the whole thing falls apart. Like some element of order, and likewise within the individual, unless that element of order or balance is maintained, eventually you go past the critical mass point, and you have this cataclysmic kind of breakdown, collapse. There's a collapse and a disintegration of the old order, the old self, and then you have this full possession, which I have the feeling that's what I have seen and what I've read about these kind of cases. It's essentially is a possession, demonic possession. I mean, there's no other. I mean, it follows all the old criteria from the Middle Ages, like Christianity. There's nothing left of the person as was, and so
you actually see the same thing with the Fox. What's it called? The Fox Hollow Farm murders.
yeah.
God, I forget the individual's name.
Yeah, I remember him.
Herbert Baumeister. Baumeister, funnily enough, means master of the house, or is it master of the house, master of the craft, something along those lines. Very interesting name. But he was supposedly running a satanic coven there as well. And what you find is with a great deal of these cases is that these people have already went through a sort of childhood of suffering as well. So it's like what you're saying. It's like these entities trigger the psychological, moral, and even metaphysical immune system of the being. That then leads the being to almost into a place of all of these symptomatic responses of guilt and things like that, and then that siphons the goodness that they are, even their humanity, off into like a husk or a sepulcher. It entombs it, keeps it hidden, because again, like we were saying, it's the path of greatest resistance to face up to what you've done. So you just tread the path of least resistance all the way to pure evil. And but it's interesting, all of these things are connected. I mean, Dahmer's another example with his shrine, his weird altar, as I mentioned, but Baumeister was literally running a satanic coven in that area. And I mean, he was literally sacrificing dozens of people even the individual that was supposedly helping him, what was his name, Mark Goodyear or Matt Goodyear or something like that. He came into Fox Hollow Farm after, he hadn't been there since everything had went down, and he took, as a sort of sign of reverence, because this was like some sort of holy place, he took off his shoes, right? And he sits down. He's a very queer-looking character, in the old sense of meaning peculiar. He's queer as well. Don't get me wrong, but he said, "Our God is here. The presence of our God is here." Or sorry, the presence of my God is here. Right? Now, you could infer from that he's talking about, Jesus Christ or God in heaven. But really, the things that have went on at that farm, the fact that he took his shoes off as a sign of reverence, that he was almost in a sacred or hallow place, right? Fox Hollow or Hallow Farm, really indicates that you're dealing with a religion that is based around possession, with possession by these indifferent plasma predatory forces, and it almost runs parallel and secretively to all of the other revealed religions known to man, like Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, what have you, right? So, yeah, I think what you just stated there really hit the nail on the head. I mean, it's exactly that. And like what I was mentioning with the distinction between Quetzalcoatl, which is like a low entropy order, as opposed to this Tezcatlipoca or satanic high entropy predatory order. You can see the two distinctions. You can actually see the distinctions in man's development itself, right? Going from hunter-gatherer lifestyle to civilization. Civilization literally is a machine of death, and death. And yeah, so you can see the distinction there as well, which raises the question: Did human beings? I mean, there's many questions around civilization. Why did we move from hunter-gatherer lifestyle, which was relatively easy, to that of civilization, which is actually quite difficult with primitive farming tools and primitive farming practices? You don't always get consistent yields. You get droughts quite easily. You get famines quite easily. Why did we move to that system? Well, it makes sense if we realize that, in fact, people were possessed to move to that system. That there was something pushing them into the cucurbit, the alchemical alembic of the civilization, almost to keep them in a place where they could be corralled, pressurized, and en masse possessed, which is exactly what I think social media is doing. I don't know if that's maybe a bit too far, but
no, it's. I think you're on the money, because I'm trying to remember. There was a textbook that came out from one of the centers of PSYOP, kind of social engineering. There was one in London, and there's one over in California. So the name of the place, it was like a center, you know what I mean? But they wrote a book. I remember this book came out, and one of the core tenets of the whole book was that every time technology changes, the shape of society has to change. And like you're right there, you're going from hunter gatherer, and suddenly now you have the technology changes. You have farming, you have the appropriation of seeds, and the stock, and you have the wheel, and and like suddenly the whole shape of society has to change because the technology has changed. And as you say, like it kind of it's like in possession. And this competition comes into that, and the social order comes into it, and power comes into it, and suddenly you've shifted your the domain, like. So I think you're on the money. Every time the tech changes, that order has to change, and that's where we are now. That's why, one of the reasons why we're in this huge state of change, I think, because the tech is changing.
I absolutely think you're correct and on the money as well there, mate. It's I know what I actually can it's on the tip of my tongue what you're referring to. I can quite
The center.
yeah, oh god.
It's in California or somewhere. It was
Yeah.
Timothy Leary came over there.
Oh yeah. Hold on, I'll find it because it'll bug me if I don't find it right now.
A few of these characters came through the ranks there, you know.
Yeah, the it's not the International Foundation for Internal Freedom, no. No, it's
it has like an acronym with like 4 or 5 letters that sounds like a made up word.
yeah, I'll need to find that
In a bit. But just to go back to the thing, like there's serial killers, and then there's Ted Bundy. He is the American anti-hero, because he was like the prophet of the modern age in some respects, you know, the anti-prophet, the antichrist, like the American antichrist, because he's like Mr. White picket fence, middle class white guy, clever, smart, intelligent, you know, a law degree, you know, connected to the Republican Party, studying Chinese. You know, and then he's just got this. You know, it's like you can't take it in. It's so horrible, like it's so horrific, and I think he's like a kind of almost like a kind of a cultural kind of symbol of the new age, for all the wrong reasons, obviously, like an anti symbol, like an antichrist symbol, like, you know. But even the end that he met, the state of Florida sent him to the electric chair, and they electrocuted him to death. It's the whole story is just, it's tremendously upsetting, like, you know. And I know England has had its characters like that as well, like, you know, Peter Sutcliffe and famously Jack the Ripper in the past and whatnot. So it's like as if, I don't know, I don't fully understand how we can create these criminal minds, and the only thing that seems to make any sense whatsoever is the trauma in childhood. That's the only thing where you can kind of go, oh, now I get it. Like, you know, that something horrific has happened to these people in their early childhood, and at least then you kind of have a reason, you can grasp it. But in some of the cases, even that reason doesn't seem to be, you know, it doesn't present evidently, like, you know. So it's very, very, very hard then to get any kind of understanding that the bogeyman is under the bed, and he's there because he's there, you know. Something is broken in somebody, or, you know, that there's some fuse board in the mind that just, you know, is sparking the wrong way. I don't know. Have you any take on it, man? Or
I think what you're dealing with is, you know, the likes of some of these really, really heinous serial killers. I think they're engineered to some degree, because you really have to actively try to mold the child from their developmental years into this sort of frame of mind. I mean, we see the same with Dahmer. His father had a strange, you know, a strange fixation with. We actually see this from his autobiography. A strange fixation on trying to use chemicals to control girls, right? And he talks about this very he edited it out later, later revisions of his 1993 book. I forget what the title of it is now, but he mentions in that when he was 15, he tried to use hypnosis and another chemical to basically get a girl to bend to his will, right? So
that's right.
to create a zombie, and this is what we see with Dahmer. Dahmer did this. So there was something going on from his earliest developmental years that led Dahmer to do this. And remember as well, Dahmer was almost permitted several times by the police to get away with these heinous crimes. I mean, the police actually, I believe, they went to his apartment. I mean, you would have smelled. I mean, he was about 5 or 6 killings in. This was just in Milwaukee, and he had the bodies stored, dissected and what have you, in his fridge. The stench of death would have been overpowering. Overpowering, of course. What we see with these psychopaths is they don't seem to have a sense of smell. But the police would have definitely smelled that when they took back the 14-year-old who Dahmer claimed was his boyfriend, and he was 22 or something, right? I mean, the kid didn't look 22; he looked 14, and they take him back half naked back to Dahmer, and of course Dahmer finishes the job, and so you're seeing that there's a connection between these serial killers and their activities being permitted, almost supported, by the state itself. I'm pretty sure Ted Bundy himself he escaped miraculously from the police station as well.
Exactly. Yeah. He had a couple of escapes, I understand, and even that alone is remarkable. Like he just so happens to get his hands on a hacksaw blade, and he just so happens to kind of remove a roof tile, or get into the library and jump out the library window. These kinds of things, and it seems very remarkable. This guy has this. The only thing I could find, he never knew his biological father, and seemingly his biological father was in the U.S. Air Force. And there's a lot of these characters have connections to the U.S. military in their background, and there's quite a few of them actually seem to have connections back into the U.S. Air Force. And as I understand it, where did I read it? The after Operation Paperclip, I think, like the Air Force originally was kind of, I think, part of the U.S. Navy. It wasn't a distinct wing or a distinct section on its own. It only became, as far as I'm aware, the Air Force after World War II, and some of that was connected in with Operation Paperclip and these Nazi scientists and military people they brought over from Germany. And at that point, then it became like a coherent Air Force in its own right. And then you're looking at stuff like MK Ultra, kind of, whatever, human performance modification stuff or programs they might have done. We'll never know, but it seems to be a lot of. No, you could point to it in just the ordinary human sense of trauma and exposure to combat situations. Who knows that there's some physiological changes in people that can occur that perhaps can be passed down through the generations, and things like reactions to their violence and stuff like that can kind of change people's. We're talking about plasma and information exchange and whatnot. So this stuff is energetic as well, essentially. Like, so it can resonate through, from father to son. So maybe it can leave a mark in some cases. So who knows? But some of it seems to be. America seems to be the home of it. So you take from that what you will. I know countries all over the world have their. Cat's after doing a number on me here. America seems to have a higher proportion, as it were, maybe more more of them. Does that seem to be the case? Do you think?
Oh, it is, yeah. I remember coming across this superb video. It was either by Psych History Show, or I think the individual goes by Semians, and it was either one or the two. Both of them have brought out really, I would say, really deep and profound and accomplished work on that of MK Ultra and its tie-ins to these, firstly, just serial killers in general, and also to these specific high level serial or high ranking, not high ranking, infamous rather serial killers. And I think it was a Psych History Show and his work on MK Ultra and serial killers that mentioned that um, the in America the phenomenon of serial killers dwarfs anywhere else in the world.
Yeah.
Dwarfs anywhere else in the world. It's almost a phenomenon that's directly related to America, or at least
Yeah.
that was the case up to the early 2000s. It's now started to sort of germinate throughout the rest of the world, but not again. It still is in it's still of a lesser rate compared to America. And what's interesting though, prior to prior to America ascending into the onto the world stage as the universal hegemon, when Britain was still at that point the universal hegemon, that's when you started to see quite a lot of British serial killers, and Jack the Ripper's one. I mean, there was several throughout these large industrial towns. But still, at that time, there was still a fair few American serial killers. In fact, the first serial killer in history, I believe, what was his name? Fisher. He was a child killer, and he was American. If I recall correctly. But yeah, so there was it was still there in America, but Britain was of a higher rate. And then, interestingly, when America took over as the hegemon of the world, then it all moved to America. And then once of course the MK Ultra thing came about, and LSD and all of this and mind control experiments, it just flew off the handle. From the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, you name it. It was just totally off the handle. But there was a fair few ritualistic killings as well that were also categorized as serial killer killings, such as the Black Dahlia murder and the Jigsaw killings and the Red Lipstick murders, which I suspect was done by that of George Hodel. But yeah, no, absolutely, it's almost entirely an American phenomenon, which is just strange. I don't know if you have any insight onto that.
Well, the only thing I could say is like, as Eros says there, you must establish the order, or everything falls apart. And America was the new world, so like you peel the layers off the old world, and you took all these people and just threw them into this vast melting pot, like, and it was a chaotic scene. So the lid was open on certain cans of worms, like and then, as you said correctly, you throw into the melting pot there, like the 60s, LSD and the hippie movement and women's liberation, and I suppose the sexual revolution, or whatever you want to call it, threw up, like most of the statistical kind of murders in the serial killing things took. I think it was between the 60s and the 90s, or the early 70s and the late 90s. Like, it was like the statistics are like 90%, 95% of the episodes of known serial killers took place in somewhere around that time frame. So that's like after World War II, and you've got Vietnam, and you've got the swinging 60s in the middle of all that, and drugs. So you've got a real heady mix of stuff gone into what's essentially still a kind of a young society, and it's mass capitalism. There's lots of different ingredients in there, like and So people crack, people crack, and they lose it, and they go basically insane, for want of a better word, kind of functionally insane, and their behaviors are aberrant, and so there's something in all that, but outside of all that, like, I just have this sense that you know there's like a psyop in America, a mass psychological operation that the entire American society is under on an ongoing basis, and it's very, very heavy. Like, it's a very heavy, blinding form of a psyop. And I know, speaking from experience, because we have our own version of it here, and every country has its own version of the mass hypnotic psyop. But in America, it has a very certain flavor and a very certain kind of reverberation, and it's very heavily controlled, and it kind of has a flavor and an edge of modernity about it, hyper modernity, and kind of, we're the principal nation. It's kind of has this like an elitist, hyper modern kind of um, mood board going on that colors it all. But I think the population over there are completely and utterly controlled to a bewildering level. Now, obviously, there's lots of people who in the middle of all that, who are thinking for themselves and are peeling off the layers of that, and are trying to see through all that. But I think for the general population there, it's extremely intense. It's extremely intense. You've got, like, religion in there. You've got money. You've got the militarized society. You've got mass media. You've got capitalism on overdrive. You've got the metropolis. You've got like a kind of a cold race war going on. You've got slavery in the background.
Oh, it's a psycho civilization, you could say, in a certain sense, and I don't mean that as in, you know, derogatorily, that they're psychos. I mean, it's literally a civilization based on the mind, isn't it?
Yeah, like, there's something very heavy going on, and it's only as I've gotten older I've sort of been able to try and understand it, because when I was younger, it just, like, I knew something was hitting me with America, and I couldn't put my finger on it. And a similar thing hit me with England, and also kind of with Ireland. Each domain in its own,
Hmm.
the summary vibe of that country and those people being and when I'd meet, say, for example, English people or American people, I feel like I was like hitting a brick wall. And similarly, an element of that with my own people, certain elements, and I began to kind of have this feeling that most of these groups of people they're under their own kind of local cultural psyop social engineering program, that is, it manifests them as a people, as an average, if you know what I mean. And but when you see through that average, it's like, I don't know, it's created an average mind to fit into an average head in an average body. And that's where they want people to be. They don't want people outside of that mold. They're molded into that, like. But each mold has its own particular kind of characteristics, and the American mold to me now anyway, has a very distinct shape and characterization, like. And I think it's like, if you were to look at each of those molds and say by degree, okay, every country has its own mold, but by degree, some molds are more impressed and are more shoved down the throats of the given people. And I would say that the American mold is of a higher degree. It's of a greater um, reckoning, perhaps because the country was newer, so it had to be forced into this mold fairly quickly to account for the fact that it was a new society. And the people who do the experiments, they loved America, because America gave them a chance to experiment with the new way of ordering. So that's why I think America was particularly vulnerable, because she was young. She's a young society, really, like, and ambitious with great dreams. And so I think that's why she had to have that mold created for her. And go on.
America really grew quite quickly. It's almost perhaps what's going on in terms of the neurotic qualities that you see in American society. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that as though, like what you're saying, that this exists in every society. It's just we look at America because it has the mantle of the world hegemon. So therefore, and of course it's a continental power. So therefore, it's it's going to have more instances of these things too, right? And so it's almost like when you press the foot, when you're totally stationary in the car, and then you press the pedal to the metal, and you go from like 0 to, I don't know, 60 in however many seconds, right? And there's that sort of that inertia, I believe they call it inertia, that's generated, that feeling of inertia, almost it's too much to bear, right? And especially if it's a powerful car. So in a similar manner, this is what's happened to America, I think, too, right? It's like what you're saying. Um, it's like the train has already left the station, but the American mind is still sort of catching up with it, right? It's with the notion, and so meaning to say, it grew so quickly. It needed to create a national identity that it almost had to become a psycho civilization. It had to become a civilization born of the mind. And in many and I don't say that again. I don't say this in a derisory fashion, but it's also similar to Rome, an anti-civilization, because Rome had a similar problem. Rome wanted to make all the Italians Romans. It wanted to make all of its empire Roman. It wanted to Romanize everything because ultimately Rome had no identity. So you see the same thing with, for example, they took Homer's Iliad and they bastardized it with Virgil's Aeneid, right? And what really developed in the Roman psyche, and this is why they probably Christianized in the end, because the pagans just literally became so corrupt, so neurotic. It's the growth in their civilization was so quick. The changes in the civilization were so quick that fundamentally it took them. Well, they never really managed to catch up with the idea, right? That they went from this city state, this new found city state, to a global empire. And I think America's probably went through a similar thing. In fact, it's probably went through a more distilled form of that, because in 250 years it's went from a collection of rustic backwater colonies to a continental power and a global hegemon. So definitely, and plus all of the other things that went along with that, right? The CIA, the FBI, their role in MK Ultra, all of this.
SLN, by the way, was the name of that. ESALEN. It was the name of that PSYOP center that Timothy Leary and a few of those people were involved in. Have you heard of that? SLN?
Oh, the SLN Institute. Yes. Big Sur, California. Yep.
But this idea of no identity, like, that's why I think Ted Bundy is the kind of manifestation of America and the American metropolis, and he is the man, the everyman. He's the sinister everyman in the middle of that whirlpool, because he has no identity. He as an individual he created a persona of like a successful white upper middle class American male, but it was all fake. Like, it was all veneer, and if you looked behind, opened the cupboard door and looked in, there was just maggots and blue bottles flying out. There was nothing, in darkness. There was nothing in there. He had no identity. he'd been chewed away, and maybe he was never there in the first place. But America is kind of a bit like that as well. It what is it, or who is it, or and you have the manifestation of that right now with this media character, President Number 47. He's kind of, they're pushing him out as the projection of the American psyche, this kind of dullard, like something that's bouncing back and forth between 2 points in empty space. There's something. It's like something you'd see in a psychiatric institution, an old-fashioned mental institution. Somebody with some sort of a schizophrenic disorder, just playing with their feces and talking to unseen characters in the room. And I don't know, it's tremendous. It's upsetting, it's upsetting to think about it. Because he's
kind of
a Bundy character too, isn't he?
Yeah, he's almost the Ted Bundy, but as a sort of a facsimile of a Caesar figure, And what's interesting about Bundy too is I think you're totally on point there. He's all American civilization is, well, not civilization, but the national identity. It's actually a facsimile of English culture, and I mean English culture itself. You could say is a it's a derivation of Romance, native Celtic cultures, and of course German culture. So it's a sort of a combination of hodgepodge itself, right? But funnily enough, you actually see you fundamentally you can see in the DNA of America, with the likes of Bundy, Trump. God, there's a hell of a lot of their leaders. Even Reagan had that quality surrounding him, this sort of puerile quality surrounding him. Again, I'm not trying to cause offense to Americans here, but you can actually see it was a artificial Masonic project. And I mean, the secret destiny of America, it being the new Atlantis, the nucleus of a world empire, I mean, is the evidence is totally inexhaustible. It's incalculable, the amount of evidence that really you can use to support that. I mean, all of the various occultists even state it themselves, right? Going all the way back to Francis Bacon with his posthumously published 1627 work, The New Atlantis. But what you find is that it almost has to be a facsimile of something. It has to be a simulacra, meaning it copies something that it's a copy of an original, but it's almost like the bastardized copy of that original. And similarly, by the way, so is British culture. Britain and the British, that's something that doesn't actually exist. That was also a facsimile that came out of basically the same sort of esoteric grounds, with the Oliver Cromwell, who of course, as we've mentioned in previous discussions, was basically an agent of Jewish mystics, primarily out of Mulheim and the Rhine Valley, and he was getting his. We already have the correspondence, as he was getting his orders directly from them, and basically what that was, it was to kill the king. Why the king? Well, fundamentally the king was controlled, yes, but they needed to kill the king because killing the king killed basically Englishness up to that point.
Britannia.
Exactly. And it allowed them to effectively replace that with something else. And then remember as well, he went north to kill the Covenanters, right? Or the Covenanters in Scotland. And then, of course, you also had the Irish being harried by the Cromwell and his forces as well later on. The Battle of the Boyne. Was it the Battle of the Boyne? I forget the battles now, but you had that as well. And Cromwell harried the Irish so badly that he actually enslaved them and sent them over to Barbados. And this is where we get the term redneck from and things like that. He enslaved them. And so what that led to was a vacuum. He literally had created a negative space, a lacuna, wherein he could put the facsimile of the British culture, the simulacra, which was basically the combination of all of the Scottish, English, Irish, Welsh culture, but it was the combination of mimics of those cultures, literal hollow facsimiles of those cultures, and interestingly, from that period, you actually see like an explosion of not necessarily serial killing, but crime. Crime exploded. Now, you could put that down to, just they've just went through a civil war, so you're going to have, sort of generational trauma. You're going to have serious issues with disenfranchisement, with impoverishment and all of this, but it still doesn't account for everything, so, yeah.
There's seems to be a kind of an interesting facet in the American psyche in that there doesn't seem to be any self-reflection. Like the American never looks in the mirror and goes, "Where are we now?" Or there's no kind of doesn't seem to be any discourse, or there doesn't seem to be any kind of criticism or kind of art movement or anything that hints at it knowing itself or having any ability to get into a dialogue about where are we as a nation. There's nothing like that.
No, because the British had that as well. It's because they're literally drunk on their own hubris.
Yeah.
The British are coming down from that because we're now at the fumes. We're living just on the fumes of empire. But there's within the middle class and the sort of the middle class areas that are natively British. That's still there. I mean that belief that it's like some weird time warp that they're in. They're just high on the fumes of this imperial project that wasn't really British to begin with. Just like the American empire isn't American. But there's no self-reflection that occurs there. You're totally right.
And at the same time, their friends in Israel have this alternate kind of thing going on, whereas they're full of neurosis and full of self-hate. And there's this sort of a cancer within of not that I understand. This is in Judaism, this self-hatred, probably not across all of Judaism, because obviously you have Zionism where it's like messianic, cocaine kind of psyche, but there's a whole other side to Judaism where it's like they're kind of imploding in on top of themselves, even though they're at the forefront. So you have these kind of two characters staggering home from the nightclub, America and Israel. One of them has no clue about itself and thinks it's ascendant. The other one seems to be about to collapse in on top of itself. It's so riddled with, the psyche of Judaism. It's riddled with neurosis, and so it's a weird heady mixture, very, very strange kind of and also obviously, but I don't know if have you ever come across that before, this concept of, and I hope it isn't like an anti-Semitic thing, because I think it's something that came from within Judaism itself, the self-hating Jew. Have you ever heard of that phenomenon?
Yes. There's less of it now, because a lot of that's really, a lot of the neurosis as well has been channeled into Zionism. So see, you don't have that with America. This is probably why you get serial killers more often than not in America, because that sort of need for self-reflection, or perhaps even self-hate, or self-critique, and neuroses, it has no place to channel positively into, right? By positive, I mean for the national benefit. I mean, you see it really, but Zionism effectively allows Israel to positively channel that neuroses that you've quite rightly identified
Well, maybe it
into
fuels it.
territorial
Maybe it
expansion.
fuels. Maybe that's what's fueling Zionism.
Oh, certainly, yeah.
Because it had to go somewhere. All that negativity had to go somewhere. So it's like, here's the flag. We'll rally around this. And I mean, that's not to say, like in Ireland, well, we all have our kind of national neurosis. In Ireland, it's under Catholicism, it was guilt. Guilt is the national psyche here, like, sin and guilt. Like, that's what crippled us, like, paralyzed the Irish.
Oh yeah, well we have the same thing. We all of our music is lamentations, and there's a lot of negativity that goes along with the Scottish culture. But of course that relates to loss. But you
Yeah.
tend with that loss, there tends to open there's a wound that opens that you're constantly asking yourself. And I can imagine it's probably similar in Ireland. You're asking yourself why, why the loss? Why have we suffered so? Is it us? Is it the enemy? Is it the external world? So that I think the Jewish psyche has sort of wrestled with a similar thing, and they've
Yeah.
just effectively stated, well, no, it's actually not us, right? We've been ousted from these many countries, we've been attacked and what have you, and persecuted. It's not our fault. It's their fault. And then they've took a sort of militant stance against it, which, of course, for their own longevity, is a evolutionarily stable strategy to allow them to, again, like what I was saying, to channel that into something positive. But you have, for example, I mean, the quintessential quote of any Israeli prime minister, and by the way, this is a female prime minister of Israel, Golda Meir, who was the prime minister of Israel between 1969 and 1974. She actually was quoted stating at a news conference, I do believe, around about 1971 or two. She stated, "quote We can forgive the Arabs for killing our children, but we cannot forgive them for forcing us to kill their children." Unquote. So with these,
Right.
well, for example, the stance that Zionism has taken regarding the self-loathing or self-hate, or even the hate of that has been incurred by Judaism from the world. What they've actually done is they've almost inverted. They've created a code of morality that's indifferent to human suffering, and this is something I actually see similarly with America. I don't know if you frequent Twitter a lot, right? And again, I don't. Not all Americans are like this, but there's a hell of a lot of Americans that they almost, it's like a meme. It's like a mimetic part of the culture to denigrate life, like to cheapen life. For example, fuck around and find out. That's become almost the quintessential meme of Americana, at least in the 2020s. Fuck around, find out. Or if someone, they'll see a video of someone getting shot. Now, even if he's a criminal, what have you, right? I'm not saying it wasn't justified, but the way they speak about the dead, it's unbelievable. It's like this total. There's no quantification of the value of human life, and it's a very, again, perhaps it's because it's a very militaristic culture.
Well,
I think we have.
That brings us back to Ted again. That's Ted again, isn't it? Ted Bundy.
Yeah.
That character. But it's something I kind of noticed when I was there the couple of times I was in America. Was this, at the time I thought it was like a rugby jock culture, like a bullying kind of culture, like, that it was just real like macho man, get out of my way kind of ruthless, tough guy kind of shit, like, but it was really like harsh. Like I don't know, maybe if it was my exposure to the big city at the time, Chicago, and I picked up on it or whatever. Maybe I was too timid as a young fella for America, but I definitely kind of felt that vibe there. That wouldn't necessarily have been here or in this part of the world, like But as you said there, if it can't view itself, America has no capacity to self-reflect, then it can never grow. It can never, and then it has no concept of, I suppose, as you say, it arrives at a point where it cheapens life because, well, there's no way to know. I mean, the value of anything if you don't reflect, and which it doesn't seem to have that kind of intellectual or artistic capacity. I mean, the only great art it made was jazz, and that was an African American art form. Like that was an African American statement of, well, this is America's classical music, and but that itself came out of ultimately and eventually, or maybe out of oppression was a part of it, like slavery.
Yes, suffering, yeah, by the
That
very
was,
society. Yeah.
but anyway, not to get too kind of deep but I definitely that feeling is there. Like the English, to be fair, are very self-critical, they're very self-aware, very they're very they look at themselves as a nation, like, and probably to a fault. Probably they're and so are the Irish, really, but definitely in England they're very conscious of themselves, to try and be proper, and this, um, they have certain sticking together, or stiff upper lip, and kind of, you know what I mean. They have their own kind of way of looking at things, but America just seems to be a big boot, and your man in the White House at the moment being the great manifestation of that, like.
I mean, it's also quite interesting because there's a lot there's a lot of Americans that we speak to, and they're extremely intelligent. There's several Americans I've spoken to. It's almost like you're speaking to an English gentleman yourself, right?
Yeah,
So it's quite interesting. Like you're saying, the English can be self-critic. I don't think the English or the British in general were always self-critic. I think they were probably quite militaristic.
yeah,
At least up
jingoistic.
in Scotland as well. Yeah, very jingoistic. I mean, my grandfather, who was in the Royal, he was in I forget the Royal Artillery, right? The artillery regiment he was in, but Royal Artillery Regiment, something like that. But he was in several war zones, and he was English. He was from Staffordshire, and he was unbelievable. I mean, his idea was the British were the best. Very,
Mm,
sort of the British equivalent of American exceptionalism, and he had no self-reflection. He to him everything the British Empire did was positive for the world, right? And I'm not necessarily saying everything was negative, but not everything was positive. Let's be honest here, right? So, but see, that was a totally different mindset. I think it's actually see to me, I think it's class driven as well. I think the upper class held on to that a hell of a lot more.
yeah,
My grandfather was maybe upper middle class ish, and so, or at least he thought of himself as such. But so, it's very class driven as well. But yeah, absolutely. There's nowadays the English, the Scots, the Irish, the Welsh. I think they have more of that. I think they have
but
more of
I
that.
suppose the American version of what you described with your grandfather there is support our troops,
Exactly.
freedom and free. That's that jingoistic kind of ringing of the bell to keep the show on the road and keep everyone back home supporting the war effort and the imperial, what is essentially an imperial ambition, maintaining the imperial ambition, like, in the modern age, like.
Hmm. Yeah. Oh yeah,
So,
absolutely,
keep
absolutely.
them keep them singing while the ship is sinking.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, well, that's what social media is about as well, you know, is to keep them distracted because ultimately the ship is sinking. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, man.
Absolutely fascinating conversation, man. Thank you for your
Yeah.
time again.
Thanks for having me, Tim.
No, it's an absolute pleasure. I've sent you I don't know if you've watched that. It's from Psych History Show. It's a channel on YouTube, and it deals with these MK Ultra connections. He also goes into James Whitey Bulger, which was a place I wasn't thinking he would go to, but technically James Whitey Bulger, the gangster from Boston, he's also a part of. He could be classified as a serial killer as well, but he also had he was part of MK Ultra experiments too. Interestingly,
He's another interesting character.
Oh, extremely, yeah, extremely.
Character.
We'll need to have a discussion where we go through all of these individuals because I mean,
actually,
it's very
I want to get
interesting.
your man that book that I haven't read this yet. I can't even see that in the dark. Oh my god! Hold on, I get read this so bad. My eyesight's gone crap. The Demon in the Echor. Joseph P. Farrell. This book.
Oh yeah, that's that I you know I think as well that probably ties into this whole MK Ultra thing. Probably even ties
Think
into
so?
this whole. Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, I think the Echo itself is basically the localized plasma interface. So if you're taking LSD, which itself was an artificial chemical to induce this state plus the trauma, you're basically opening yourself up to. You're effectively going through ego death to allow your vessel to be inhabited by something else. By the way, this is what Dahmer mentioned. He would watch The Exorcist. Was
That's
it The
right.
Exorcist 3? And then,
Yeah.
oh God, his last victim that managed to escape. He says he watched it and he started so that was like his the trigger for this thing to channel it down. And he started shaking and almost similar to what they do at the Wailing Wall. And he started shaking and or what they call shuklin in Judaism. And yeah, he just went. He says it was like a totally different person, totally different. It almost even changed his facial morphology. I mean, straight out of an Exorcist movie, he was a changed person, you know. And so, yeah, interesting.
As I have you on the hop there, what is the Echor? What is that?
So the Ekur itself was it's a temple in the Akkadian civilization. I'll just get the information here because I forget who it's. It's also known as Duranke. Ekur is a Sumerian term meaning mountain house. It is the assembly of the gods in the garden of the gods. What we would term as the Garden of Eden or Gan Eden. Its parallels in Greek mythology to Mount Olympus and was the most revered and sacred building in ancient Sumer. And it was found in the city of Nippur. And the Sumerian god that was worshipped there was Enlil, who was the prince of the air or the lord of the wind. Now, the prince of the air is a term for, of course, Satan in the New Testament, interestingly, but Enlil was the individual or the god who set about flooding the earth within the myth of Atrasis, who was the Sumerian Noah, and who saved Atrasis and taught him the secrets. Firstly, the secret wisdom and the secret to building an ark to survive this terrible catastrophe was Enki. But later on, when Abrahamism effectively plagiarized this story, they Yahweh became both Enlil and Enki in the same in the same sort of syncretized or synthesized deity. So yeah, Enki is similar to Lucifer. Enlil would be similar to like God or Yahweh or El himself. So the Ecure, in terms of the book of the Demon of the Ecure, is the downstep, is literally the localized plasma interface, the place where the plasma entity is channeled down into. It's the sort of the mecca of the thing. I mean, even thinking about this, the Ecure itself could be like some sort of idea, a hyperstition, because that itself permits the thing to be channeled into something, into immaterial thing. Jesus Christ, I can't speak today. Which of course is believed by the majority of people, and then through that they're possessed by the plasma entity. Also, as well, you could say the scrying mirror of the digital smartphone. So all of these things are sort of echoes. The data center is another one, yeah. So that's what the echo is, man.
I was thinking as well, maybe for another day, that the data center maybe been developed to store information from, plasma rather than from like human behavior. That
Yeah.
the human behavior stuff is a front for what it's really storing is information from nature, like from the plasma or from particle behavior or from, I don't know, something.
You're totally on point. I think that's what they're doing in CERN. That's another Ekur.
Yeah.
It was also known, by the way, as Ekur Igi Gal, which was the house mountain endowed with sight, or Ekur Igi Bara Ra, which means house mountain which sees. Interestingly as well, the temple of the sun god, Shamash or Utu, in Sumeria was known as Ebabara, which means the White House, quite literally. So, you have the White House in Washington, D.C., right? So, and just another thing, lastly, in this place, the sacrifices and food offerings were brought by the king, similar to Tezcatlipoca, and the king was described as being the faithful shepherd, so the shepherd of the flock of sheep, or the noble farmer, so he who harvests the grain or the crop of the human for the plasma entity in the Ekur. So
It just reminds me as well.
there.
There's finally some of the stuff with Bundy. He brought his victims up to a mountain location, and the remains of several of his victims were found on a mountain.
Oh.
Yeah. It's kind of weird little.
Oh my God, that's Jesus.
Weird little side note there. Yeah, I'm trying to think of the name of the mountain off the top of my head, but I had this kind of as we say here, a figari, a notion that Bundy used to camp a lot. He used to camp out because his stepfather was into camping, and Bundy was in the Boy Scouts and whatnot when he was a kid. But I had this kind of an idea that maybe Bundy encountered something in the natural environment that was like, I'd love to know, first of all, what was the name of the mountain in the local Native American language in that area where he brought his victims, and what entity or spirit was associated with that area in the native tradition. Do you get what I'm saying? So, like, for example, if they were an Apache tribe or Iroquois tribe or whatever they were around that area where he eventually brought his victims, what was the name they had on that mountain?
Taylor Mountain in King County, Washington.
Taylor. Yeah, Taylor. So
Mountain.
what was the original Native American name for that area or that mountain? Or what tribe was up there? Because I had this kind of idea that he might have happened on across an entity up there. But that's getting into something very parapsychology.
That reminds, it was known as it was the Navajo in that area.
Oh.
It says is here. Hold on. No, sorry. Hold on. Just trying to find it really quickly.
Taylor Mountain, yeah.
I can't find it here. But you know what's interesting? There's another tribe up there, and I remember coming across this, and I think it was in the Pacific Northwest. I don't know if it was Washington State or Seattle, Oregon, where the tribe worshipped this. So their priests would climb up this mountain, and they would go into the caverns, right, similar to the Fae, right, where they would hide there and what have you, and they would go into the chthonic depths of the mountain, and that's where they would worship this entity. And their belief was this entity actually lived in these caves. It lived in the mountain.
Yeah.
And God, I forget the name of it now. I'll need to find it, man, and I'll find that for you as well. Yeah, it's I think part of Issaquah Alps near Seattle does not have a widely documented or specific, commonly cited indigenous name in public records, unlike nearby Squawk Island. It is often grouped by the Snoqualmie tribe and other Lushoot Seed-speaking peoples with the general ancestral landscape of the raging river in Snoqualmie Valley area. The Snoqualmie tribe. But yeah, I'll need to send you that, man, but it's absolutely fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. And I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, Jesus Christ, it's exactly the same thing, just constantly reiterated. It's always the mountain. That's where the sacrifices or these reverential activities take place in every single people group. Yeah, that's a very good idea, actually. I'll try and find that, and you can see what you dig up as well, man.
Yeah, I'll have a little. Like I said, it's just a kind of a hunch, but it's like what's that thing where you see the faces in the clouds again?
Pareidolia.
Yeah, pareidolia kind of thing. But like, I can almost guarantee you, like some chaos magic kind of way, you'll find something in there that's very eerily kind of resonant. There'll be something somewhere in there. You'll be like, oh, fucking hell, that's, pardon the pun, close to the bone. What an evil bastard! What an evil little man.
Oh yeah. It's and also just finally as well, and I'll let you go. Bundy itself relates to bond, so the idea of being bonded to an oath, but Bundy or Bondi in Scandinavian also means farmer, and Theodore means gift from God. So the farmer, I mean, these ideas are linked to what we just mentioned regarding sacrifice, that the king was the noble farmer who put forth the sacrifices in the Echor, in the mountain house. So it's the same. I don't know if, of course it's his name. So I don't know.
His mother's name was Cowell, like Simon Cowell.
Right.
And that Bundy name, that's only his stepdad's name. That's not a biological name of his. So his most nearest name is Cowell, Cowell. So I don't know.
Right.
I don't know, an evil man.
Very evil, man. Very evil. Right, dude.
Right,
absolutely fascinating conversation. Have a good one, man. And
yeah, you too. Talk to you again soon, man.
Eros is back. Jesus. Hello, Eros.
Hey, man. Sorry, my phone died.
Well, we were about to just end it there, but
that's okay. That's okay. Yeah, I gotta go run and do some stuff, but I didn't want to just like disappear on you. So that's all.
Oh no, don't worry, man. Don't worry. Did you hear anything we were mentioning?
I've been on for about 10 or 15 minutes, so I just caught the stuff about Mountain and Bundy. Bundy's real interesting too. I'd like to hear some more stuff on him. I've watched the basic documentaries, like on all the serial killers, but not any like extensive deep dives. But just pointing out the mountain thing real quick, just to throw this out. Remember, the witches' Sabbath takes place upon the Brocken, the bald mountain. And that's in Germany, Mount Brocken. And the witches' Sabbaths are always supposed to be up on mountains, whether it's in different places in Europe or what have you. But also, have you guys ever heard of the missing 411 investigations?
No.
Oh,
Okay. So there's a researcher named David Paulides, and he's got this whole series of books called Missing 411. And he basically tracks that there's this reoccurring there's a reoccurring template that happens for missing people in primarily the United States, but Canada as well. And he has it all mapped out, and it's essentially in all the national parks of America. And he tracks missing people reports, but he has like very strict conditions. So it can't be like, a person had mental health issues, evidence that a predator was involved or anything like that. There's very specific restrictions. Now, some of these things have been solved since he did this. This was maybe like 8 years ago. He was presenting a lot of this stuff, but some of them still are very anomalous. And so, for example, and this just happened to allegedly one of the missing scientists is one of the requirements that he has to actually label it as a missing 411 case is the person will literally be within sight distance, like 10, 20, 30, 40 yards, and then they just disappear. Like the tracks stop. When they bring in rescue dogs, right, like bloodhound dogs, they lose the scent where they were last seen and they can't find the scent anywhere else. The person completely disappears. So, for example, there's cases that he has in his research of like 5 or 6 year old boys or on a hike with their dad or whatever, like a Boy Scouts kind of thing. And the kids were like, they just took a turn around the bend, and then the father followed like 10 seconds later. And then one of the boys was gone and the other boy wasn't. And then the father will be like, "Where's your brother?" And then the kid will turn around and say, "He was just behind me." And there was only like a 10-second window where he had disappeared. The tracks in the ground, just as soon as you hit that corner, they disappear. The scent is lost by dogs. And then rescue teams come in, scour the entire area for like a week. And then like a week and a half later, they'll find the boy, 5 miles away across 2 rivers and, 5,000 feet up on the side of a mountain. And he'll be dead, but there's no signs of like predation. So it's these kind of like very weird cases where it's like how did he get up there? He's 5 years old. He's not climbing 5,000 feet up a mountain or crossing 2 rivers. And he wasn't, there's no signs of predation. It's not like a predator killed him, took him up there and then ate him. So there's a lot of these really weird anomalous cases. People just vanish. And that's mostly what he looks like, is vanishing cases, or they'll vanish and reappear. So they'll vanish at a campsite. They'll bring in the dogs. They'll bring in helicopters. They'll search for like a week or two. They can't find them. And then all of a sudden, they'll like 30 yards away from the campsite, they'll find like their body. And they were like, no, we completely scoured this area with 100 people. There's no way we missed this body. It's not even like hidden in a bush. It's just laying here next to this tree. And the person will most often be deceased, but sometimes they won't. And then when they're not deceased and they're questioned, like, where were you? We've been looking for you for like 3 or 4 days. They have absolutely no memory of what happened. They're like, I just remember being here at the campsite as the last thing I remember. Sometimes they are like in poor condition, dehydrated or whatnot. Sometimes they're completely fine, other than the fact that they can't remember anything and they're confused. So this, ties right into like the Fae disappearances as well. And there's been some recent research that I haven't tracked too much on this, so you'd have to look at it, but involving like certain magnetic anomalies being present in these certain areas within the national parks, and that may be tied into some of these disappearances. And are these magnetic anomalies, are these ancient things that have been set up? Do they have some connection with plasma entities? We don't know, right? But very strange. And most often the bodies would be found like up on mountain ranges up high in the mountains and stuff. So when they weren't there before, so that's why I kind of linked it to what you guys were mentioning about the mountains and whatnot.
The mountain
Yeah.
was also where the threshing floor was, separating the wheat from the chaff. Sorry, Zeal, please, man.
No. Go ahead. No, but I actually now that you mentioned, I remember I've seen a couple of episodes of that. I'm pretty sure I have anyway. Missing 411 because I got into the kind of bushcraft outdoor stuff for a while. I kind of still am into it, but I remember like watching a few commentators in America because they still have a lot of open ground, open territory in America where you can just disappear up like 50, 100 miles into the, as you said, the national parks and whatnot, even more like big open spaces like. And I remember that guy, that missing 411 guy. He was some of these cases were quite strange, as you say, like kind of very unusual, and people getting lost, and then like there's still wilderness out there, something. And then a lot of people, there's a lot of people are basically on the run as well up in the national parks. They're kind of living up there off the grid, and they're on the run. They're on the run from the authorities for whatever reason,
Mm-hmm.
So, and as you said, like the magnetic anomalies is a kind of really interesting one. You know, even for like stuff like navigation, if you were trying to use a compass or something like that, it's going to throw you off.
Yep. Yeah,
The-
definitely.
I was going to
But
mention just really quickly as well here. This is from a set of notes that I wrote like 5 years back regarding Asmodeus. Asmodeus also appears, or Ashmedai. I believe it translates in Avestan or Farsi, Persian, Middle Persian, as the sort of the angry demon. Also appears in the Talmud as the one who built Solomon's temple once Solomon captured him in the mountain and pressed him in to slave labor. Again, very interesting when you relate that to, as we were mentioning, El Shaddai, which may come from Bel Shadesh, meaning the Lord of the Mountain. So I mean, it's highly strange, all of these connections to mountains. What was that thing you were mentioning regarding the Devil's Peak?
oh yeah, I didn't mean to send that. I put that down as like a note to myself real quick. Just that at least especially in America, because I think Zeal, what you were mentioning, like Native Americans and what they had like what was like in the area or the names of peaks, and along with the missing 411 stuff, but you get a lot of mountainous areas named like Devil's Peak, Devil's Ridge, right, Devil's Crest, and what have you. And there's a lot of lore. I forgot the name of the one where I live at and stuff, but of basically like paranormal activity, missing persons, all this kind of stuff. The reason why some of these places get their names is because a reoccurrence of paranormal activity in that place, and a lot of times it's more mountainous places: Devil's Hill, Devil's Peak, Devil's Ridge, Devil's Crest. They tend to be like elevated places. And then obviously I think it's fairly well known, right, that a lot of UFO or plasma ball like lightning activity takes place on um, either near on or near fault lines in the Earth's crust, but also on mountains. So like Mount Shasta here on the west coast of America gets an extreme amount of paranormal activity in terms of like there's always plasma like lights that are come up above Mount Shasta. Or orbs, you see them. I myself, many years ago, I was working a graveyard security job, and I had to. I was I was driving around in the car. It was obviously at night, and I had to patrol. Part of my job was patrolling like rich, well-off residential areas in the Bay Area of California, and the Bay Area sits on a major fault line. And I was actually right on that fault line up in the hills, and I saw several orbs, plasma balls of plasma, essentially red balls of plasma they looked like they just sort of came up out of the mountain ridge that I was, hundreds of feet below in the residential area patrolling, but they were just up over, and they kind of sailed up over the ridge and then sank back down. There was like a good 6 or 7 of them or something like that. It was just many years ago. But yeah, around mountains and fault lines, you get a lot of plasma or electrical activity, at the least.
Can I ask you something here, Ross, right?
Mhm.
Let me ask you something, because, like, I want your opinion on this, right? Like, going back about, like, 6 or 7 years ago, maybe, right? Like, I've never seen anything that I would say is, like, supernatural, except for this one time, right? Literally. I was standing at my front door in a cul-de-sac, in an urban environment, in a housing estate. There's houses all around me. My house is the last one on the row, and there's a wall. You can't drive any further, and it's broad daylight. And I'm looking out the front door of my house, into the middle of the street. And I don't know what I was doing at the time. I was probably getting ready to go to work, or I don't know, it was something. I wasn't stressed. I was in a calm mood. I was like, just at the door. And when I looked out on the street, I saw this shape, which was roughly kind of asymmetrical blob, triangular blob, almost like a kind of ice cream cone. The top section of where the ice cream would be, in a kind of coming to a cone shape, kind of blob shape, and it was moving slowly from left to right, and it seemed to just disappear behind an invisible line, and it was gone. And it was one dimensional. It was flat. It was kind of quivering. I would describe the surface of it as like corned beef, kind of a mottled, dark brownish, with kind of almost like spots, and it just moved very slowly from left to right across my field of vision. Maybe, like, I would guess, like, say 15 meters to 20 meters in front of me. And I looked at it, and I didn't feel scared or anything like that. I said to myself, well, what the hell was that? How can you explain that? I said to myself, what was that? And I've never had an answer to it. But since I read the book, I was wondering. It kind of, the question I have: can plasma, could it manifest in that kind of shape and that kind of color and move in that kind of way? As far as you know.
Yeah, this goes into, there's a lot of there's Soviet research on this, and I know Steve Mera and Nathaniel Gillis mentioned this as well, and it's referred to, and allegedly test subjects, humans, were able to do this too, but it's essentially the production of what they call like a biofield, or like a biofilm, where through various focusing techniques, you can actually create like a physicalized tulpa, or at least a projection of a physicalized tulpa through your biofield. And this goes into, so this isn't like it's hard. I can't be like dogmatic on this stuff, because a lot of this stuff is things that I'm sort of putting together. So I'm always open to be refuted on this stuff. But I'm just a big fan of biology. I always like to study this stuff. But like, recent studies have shown that your mitochondria are in some sense like sentient. And I mentioned this earlier in the conversation about mitochondria, but they're in some sense sentient. They actually have seen recently that mitochondria will sort of like assemble almost like white blood cells in the presence of like parasites, and they have an intelligence to them that they sort of know to like siphon off folate from like the environment, and from certain parasites like Toxoplasma gondii, and to sort of disable it. And this is my view. I think that the human biological system, it's a conglomerate of millions, billions, trillions of bacteria, your mitochondria. All these sort of participate in a generalized physical body for you, and they've been able to detect that you produce uh, from the center mass of your heart and your spinal system, you produce a field of electromagnetic energy around you, right? That's like a toroidal field, like it's shaped like a torus. but that also produces a biofield where essentially your plasma, your own plasma field collects. You know how Robert Temple talks about dusty plasma and it'll collect dust. Well, we collect microbes, right? There's dust, but we also in that electromagnetic field that we produce is a microbiotic cloud that is essentially attached to you, but it's a range out from you. So it's sort of floating in your air. And it also contains pheromones, right? So these are like scents that you can't readily smell, but your body can detect. And it's sort of like a cloud of mush. You ever see a Charlie Brown, right?
Yeah.
The old
Yeah.
cartoon. So he's got his friend who's like real stinky and he's got this cloud around him, right? Right. So we have that, and it's filled with your hair, your skin shavings, all kind of nano and micro particles and viruses and bacteria that essentially belong to you. So you are able, the idea is that you can express that electromagnetic field, which is part of your plasma body, and express that outward, and it carries that biotic field with it, which sort of allows the extension of your plasma body, and through various concentration and techniques, also inherent abilities, like we talked about earlier with like bloodlines and what have you, you're able to essentially project a portion of your consciousness into that biofield. So the microbiome can carry your consciousness to a different place, and this is in part how like remote viewing and what have you work. So while like the specific anomaly that you would have seen, or like the paranormal situation that you would have seen, like I can't necessarily comment on the specifics of it, but the projection of an image or a consciousness, I think is a very real possibility. And really, I hope I don't ruffle too many feathers with this, but I really think that in the like the deepest conclaves of the American government, in the deep underground military bases, but also I think the Nazis were doing this, and they got it from the Tibetan monks. I really think that a lot of the Buddhist teachings are a screen. And again, I don't want to ruffle too many feathers, but I think a lot of the teachings are a screen, and really like a process of separating wheat from chaff. And what they're really doing, because when you read their like deeper tantric texts, what they're really doing is working on focusing and honing the consciousness, having a full, thorough connection with that mind, with their physical body, and then working on projecting that outwards into various fields. Basically, it's psionics. It's
Yeah.
the manipulation of the human mind and body, not for enlightenment. That's the ruse, right? What it is it's for very real practical purposes. And what it is basically is a form of sorcery that we have lost. It used to be a technology that we had. Most of us have lost it. They're hunting for people who can do it naturally, and they're harnessing this and trying to connect it to technology to be able to project one's consciousness physically outward. And then once you can do that, now you're essentially functioning as a plasma entity yourself. So what you may have seen could have been a projection of literally a sorcerer, you know. um now where that person would be projecting from, who knows how far they can project, how all the details work. That's going to be in the deepest black projects, I think, of the governments.
So getting on to your view of why these plasma scientists have disappeared, also the ufologists, a lot of them have went missing and such, and and of course have unalived themselves or died, and also as well, we're seeing it worldwide. What's your particular opinions upon that? Do you have any, you know, ideas why that may be occurring or anything like that?
Yeah, I'm kind of waiting to see how it shakes out. It's tough because I can see it from multiple standpoints. I mean, they are. They could just be absolutely just building a narrative. I mean, it could be for the very express purpose of silencing anybody who would be in the know or is coming into the know, right? That we're going to disappear you, um, and so they're using these people as examples. They could be like I've heard some people mention in the Discord here that it could just be these people are getting upgraded, and so they need an excuse to disappear them, and they're kind of going into the deep black projects. Um, I'm not so sure on that aspect because I'm sure the deep black projects are filled to the brim with experts, whether or not they want to be there, right?
Mhm.
I don't know if they need to make a show of disappearing these people. We didn't know who these people were before. At least I didn't. I mean, some of the UFO researchers and whistleblowers, yeah, but some of these like NASA scientists and plasma physicists, Livermore Labs, what have you, they weren't really big names until they sort of disappeared. So it would seem to be intentional for them to release this information. So it might be like a scare tactic. Uh, or it could just legitimately be that these are people who have done legitimate research and have stumbled across a critical component of what is happening or agenda to come very soon, and they do not want them to be able to offer an explanation if something global really starts to happen, and they can come out and say, well, here, interview me, I think it's this and this, and offer an explanation, which would mean that there's a deceptive narrative program that they're going to be running very soon, that whatever all these people's expertise are in, they would be able to offer insight on it. um, I'm kind of tossing around the idea just in my head that there may be something extraterrestrial incoming. And by extraterrestrial, I don't necessarily mean like alien, like life forms from another planet. There may be something happening outside of our immediate atmosphere that all these people
Right.
like could see. Like, we've had all these meteors incoming and what have you. Um, and there may be something bigger on the way, because this is just my very basic understanding of this, is that meteors don't you could have like a stray one that just comes on its own, but oftentimes meteors sort of move in packs, right? um and or if there is some kind of electromagnetic or gravitic anomaly on its way towards us, that I could see, just as just my layman's speculation, but I could see it sort of pushing or moving a lot of cometary and asteroidal fragments in our direction as it would transit through a solar system, right? Or approach it, it would essentially be causing a lot of gravitic and anomalies. And so you would get an increase of comets, meteors, asteroids, because it's disrupting the local gravitational space. And if something like that was occurring, they would not want everybody to know. And so if these people are looking up at the sky and watching for asteroids, like some of these scientists are doing, watching for plasmas or having to deal with NASA, they may not want them to blow the whistle on that. Now, that's assuming a cosmology that allows for a solar system and everything else. And I know some people disagree with that. But if that is the case, then that would be a possible explanation as well. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It has something to do with plasma technology, and likely has something to do with all the comets and meteors we've been seeing. But where is that exact correlation triangulating on? I'm not sure yet. I mean,
Well,
what do you guys think?
well, I think I concur, and I add that you know, why does the media want me to perceive that this is a group, there's some grouping element to these deaths or disappearances, that they're somehow related? Why does the media want me to know that, or to think that, or to suspect that? because these are unrelated deaths, or they're unrelated suicides, or they're not people that, for example, all work in the same office. Is that they're in, as I understand it, they're in different states or different departments or different research areas. So from a narrative point of view, it's presented that there's somehow they are relational. So then the question is, well, why does the media or the powers that be want me to think or suspect that they're related? Because that's why they're presenting me the information in that way. You know, if they didn't, if they were related, these deaths were related, for example, and they were part of some, psyop program, some sort of a black ops to take out scientists who were asking too many questions or were getting too close to the bone about something, then I would assume that they would go out of their way to make these disappearances, deaths, suicides look completely unrelated, and they would not present them, as related, especially in a media item. So I suspect that it's right off the bat some sort of control narrative, and I think the ones to me that does look like a genuine assassination was Mike Lynch and his Bayesian yacht that's mysteriously sank in the Mediterranean, somewhere off the coast of Italy, I think, in a strange storm. Because I think Mike Lynch, and I've had actually a recent bit of an argument with a friend of mine who claims to know a lot more. Well, he does know. He knows more about Bayesian theorems and mathematics than I would, and how they relate into algorithms and into the AI. But as I understood it, I think Lynch happened upon something that was important, and I suspect it was to do with mimicking either human behavior or sort of omniscience, or giving the AI some sort of human attributes that will make it impossible to distinguish an algorithm from a human being, and that he had somehow used the Bayesian theorem or mathematics in developing that particular technology, and that's why they took him out. But anyway, that's just a speculation I have. But anyway, back to the question, I don't know. But I have my doubts on it because it's been presented as that it's connected. Like the media is never really on our side with these things. So suddenly why would the journalist become like an investigative expert and say, hey, this is a big reveal.
Right.
We're going to do a whistleblower thing on this because we think that the deep state is killing off these poor scientists, and you, the public, need to know because Big Brother is they're out to get us all. Oh God, it's like, so it's a demoralization thing as well for the public, and it might be playing into some sort of a MAGA, I don't know, some sort of a Trump narrative of where he's against, somebody presents themselves as being against the hideous aspects of the military industrial complex, or God knows what, So I'd have my suspicions on it right away. However, it remains to be seen. They could indeed be linked, and this could be like a hangout of some description. So there's that side to it too. But at the moment, one can do with this and a lot of these types of cases is just list out the variables. What are the horses in the race? The lines of inquiry, as it were. Like so it remains to be seen.
Yeah, I noticed people are mentioning like the three body problem and already connecting it with that. Have you guys read those books or maybe seen the TV show?
No.
Okay, yeah, they made it a big.
I've heard of it, yeah.
Yeah, that because in the story, it's a great story, but in the story, it's the aliens are gonna want to invade Earth. They want to basically take over Earth, but they basically, the way that they do it, because they're on their way, but they're so far away, it's going to take several years or whatever, or decades or hundreds of years for them to get here. Is they basically are able to send like quantum probes to the planet, but their main objective is to hinder technological advancement of humans, so that by the time they arrive, humans won't be on par with them, and they'll be able to take over. So part of it is, killing the scientists, but also sort of like inhibiting them from through various philosophical means and other ways of like tricking them to distract them and put limitations on their thought processes so that they can't develop like next level technology. And I thought that it's interesting that that's kind of spreading. At least I've seen it more than 2 times now. People talking about it. We'll see where they take that. But I could see them also taking the narrative and saying, "Oh, hey, it's aliens, and they're killing our scientists and all this other stuff as well." You know, because they're going to invade us and blah blah blah.
It would appear that they are preparing some sort of narrative idea or notion regarding perhaps a fake alien invasion, right? So it's setting the stage for that. It's sort of priming the society for it. But they've been doing that for many years now. For example, you had the comet. Was it I3 Atlas? You had that comet.
3i Atlas. Yeah.
3i Atlas. That's the one. Yeah. That comet was being utilized by. I believe it was an Israeli scientist, funnily enough. I forget his name now. And he mentioned that, yes, yeah, given it the sort of air of academic credibility, yes, this could be an alien craft. It doesn't look natural and so on and so forth. Of course, trying to set the heather on fire and set everything ablaze and get everyone sort of wrapped up in this idea. Of an an imminent alien invasion. But yeah, there's also a lot to be said with the alien notion and ufology being utilized by the CIA for psychological warfare means as a means of mass psychological control. And this fake alien invasion thing, I think is one of the sort of wild cards that they may use to push certain agendas, to generate the chaos, which is the currency necessary to political change. So,
yeah, get everybody riled up and running, screaming, and then offer them the solution. If World War III doesn't do it, then they'll bring in the aliens.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah, man. Yeah. So, guys, do we have any closing remarks to make before we round off this discussion?
Watch this plasma entity.
Right, guys.
Watch this void.
Watch this plasma space. Sorry, Zio.
No. Very interesting chat. Like, I'm going to do a little bit of reading on that scientist story and see if I can get any insight on it.
Yeah, that'll be good. Yeah, let us know what you find.
Just before I round off this discussion, I wanted to say that the people I was thinking of were the Coast Salish people, and they are near and around Seattle, I do believe. And interestingly, they had these the entities that they would propitiate within the caves, worship and revere and seek counsel from, were known as the Sasquatch, where we get the term Sasquatch from.
Yeah.
And these were the it either translates as the Transformers, the old ones, or the stone people of the mountains. So depending on the translation, what scholar you look at, that's what Sasquatch translates to. But that's who I was thinking of, the Salish people of the Pacific Northwest. So interesting. They also sacrificed, I believe, or at the very least, they were propitiating these deities within the caves. They would climb up the mountains and have vision quests and things such as that. So another one to add to the list. Right, guys. Well, thank you very much, and until the next time. Bye.
Yeah, you guys take care.
Good night. Good night, all.
All right. Good night.